And we are live. Give me a moment to throw the link around and we'll get this party started. You guys know how it goes by now. Come on, Blue Sky. Biology, please stop being moderately rude. You... Okay, I did fling up there, right? I did, okay. Okay, link flung around. Let's give people a moment to pile in. Okay. Apologies for that. Biology, please stop acting up. New update. New pretty girl. I don't know why she looks like she could be Rover's mom, but I'm just going to trust the process when it comes to Kuro at this point. Hello, dwarf, entirely possible. Hello, dwarf, entirely possible. Give me a sec to adjust the corner close. There we go. Boop. Yep. New character. Looks like Rover's mom uses a fucking pizza cutter. I don't have her yet, but I can get her for free, so me getting her will be inevitable. Okay, so plan is first, dailies, weeklies, show off the new event boss, and then we head on to the main storyline. You guys know my general rotation for how I do PGR now. Hello, hello. Give me a second then, but lightning. She looks like she could be Rover's mom, hence why I'm calling her that. Why does it yo-yo? I just realized it game, why the fuck does that yo-yo? Was Asimov drunk when making her weapon? Or is this just him flexing on everybody again? Was Asimov drunk when making that, or is he just flexing on everyone? Again. What? Why does it yo-yo? Why does it yo-yo? Why do... Eyes are the wrong color. Eyes are the wrong color. Rover's eyes are gold. That is Ray, Darkest, and Styles. Wrong, but why does the weapon yo-yo? Aizma, were you drunk when you made this frame? Or are you just fucking styling on everybody yet again? Because, again. Because that's asking somebody to cut the cord and leave the actually damaging part of the weapon elsewhere. And there are combatants in the setting capable of moving fast enough and skilled enough to hit that little cord. I thought it was like a Bloodborne style pizza cutter weapon. I think it's a... I don't know what they were thinking. I don't know if God knows what they were thinking. Okay. Okay, weeklies. Warzone, did I finish you off stream? No, we didn't. Okay, grab the lightning team. Live, it's time to commit murder. Live, it's time to commit murder. Okay, just gonna do a Warzone, Phantom Pain Cage, then the event boss. Murder Puppy, no. Okay. Like, the last Asteroid character released was literally Alpha, literally one of the best fighters in the entire setting. I have so many questions about that weapon. Hence why I'm asking if Asimov was drunk when he made that, because I believe she's a Babylonian.
Sense of my prey.
Then again, Asimov might legally be unallowed to get drunk. I could see him being legally banned from drinking, but with how important he is to all the fucking science stuff. And how that man has fucking blood in his caffeine stream of how much coffee he drinks. Anyways, live, just commit mass murder. Thank you, Liv. Okay, Nanami. Beat the fuck out of them. Okay, nuke that. How's everyone doing tonight? Good, bad, medium, new. That's not the button I meant to press, but we roll with it. Understandable, Ohm. I wish you the best of RNG. And oof. I see you're being tormented by the cascode. I believe you refer to it as. Oof. Okay, 21. Kill this guy. This'll. Okay, Liv, please update their pronouns. And I fucked up my rotation there. Rude ass enemies. Okay, now enemy should kill this wave. Okay, we'll probably have this be the last wave we clear. Maybe next one if I can pull some real bullshit with Liv.
clear.
Head pat to live.
Is open.
Okay, let's see. How'd I do? Defending but not promoting. That's good. That's good. Next up, PPC. Okay, who's on the docket this week? Overseer, Trailblazer, Veronica. Okay. Once again, we just kill this guy with the lightning team. Oof. Big oof. Relic grinding and like any of Miho stuff can be a bit of a fucking pain in the ass, yeah. Anyways, come on, you fucking tanky bastard. I'm gonna fucking rip your fucking guts wide open. Like, I swear, Overseer's the tankiest goddamn boss in the fucking Phantom Pancake mode.
Through hardship, my heart is made clear. This is my will. At last, the hunt done. By heaven and earth, I bring you new life.
I believe the dwarf is taking a moment with the pose, which means he's probably about to control it. Control it. Blah, blah, blah. Cleave this man in half, the power of Flex Tape. Okay, he's at roughly half health. Dodge that, ultimate this. Big claw. Live, nuke his ass, please.
My heart is made clear. This is my will. At last, the dream ends. By heaven and earth.
Slightly debuff live ultimate there. Could have done that better. Okay, Nanami, kill his ass, please. There we go. Finish with an ultimate. Hell yeah. Okay, Yoink, give me that. Okay, next up, we just annihilate all of Trailblazer's atoms in like 5 seconds. He's a fun fight, but Luna Gober. Okay. Okay, Mecha Boy.
Here's your sentence. The fallen shall rise no more. Lament, worship me.
And already almost dead. I believe this is the part of the battle, my guy, where you lose your entire health bar.
Final symphony of death. Not would you like to see something beyond your scope of knowledge. But I will go first, like always. It's just a small gift. Embrace it.
And dropkick.
And perish. Let's go. Come with me on a whole new path.
Head pat my Eldritch Abomination. Head pat my cute Eldritch Abomination. Head pat her. Oh. What you thinking, Xana? What you thinking, Xana? Wife. Okay. Hello, dragon. Sadly, you are about to get nuked by the power of life. Okay. Still a little bit of a pain in the ass to approach, but that's fine. Just gotta hold this down. We do not want to use Kame's ultimate until we're on Lucia. Lucia good. This is a cardinal fact of the universe. Lucia good. Anyways, Kame, hit her with a sword, please. Am I wrong? Look me in the eyes and tell me I'm wrong. I don't know, I might... Big cleave 1 from Lucia. Big cleave again. Kame stab. And kaboom. Okay. Dragon annihilated.
Come hell or high water, the sun always rises.
I need to fill up my water bottle soon. Incorrect. You are the one who is incorrect here, yes? I stick my tongue out at you. Anyway, all that. Give me those. Service shop. Next up on the docket, our event boss. I don't know why he looks like Batman, but he looks like Batman, and as such I'm going to take him seriously. This means I'm going to throw Alpha at him. Plummet. Defeat Tavis Spellman. Taken down no more than 5 times, no more than 3 times. Father, God, parasites were in consumed by death, regret, and lingering bitterness. Does he have any bullshit gimmicks? I don't see any bullshit instant death gimmicks. Let's just fling me up. Let's just go. Okay, do we want ice? Let's. Wait, no, I need to do it real quick. Give me a second. I need to reboot the alpha for this team because I updated her kit. Doop, doop. There we go. Commander.
Grant you victory.
Thank you, Alpha. Okay.
I will grant you victory.
Crack my knuckles. And if the power of lighting a guy on fire, let's go kill Cyberpunk Batman. Yes. I can't remember any other I know there's a couple made codings. I'll need to look for my collection after this anyway, so.
It is you after all.
I want that shield.
Valentine, why do you refuse Saphira's gift?
Oh, what? Oh, he's bringing up the fucking He's bringing up the fucking pilotry stuff. Uh-oh. Energy transmission device for battle factor during combat. Fire lightning strikes center the battlefield. Be sure to dodge no otherwise you take big damage. Okay. Raid boss mechanics. Understood. Out. Okay. Game. Okay, restart. I'm getting comboed there. Give me a second. Skip. Let's try this again. Yes, yes, yes. I know I know about the raid mechanics. I don't know why Captain Cyberbat has hands rated E for everyone, but beat his ass. Ow.
Pain. Or not. It's over. My lance will end your sins.
No, no, no. Controller? Bad. Someone kill the bot.
Pain keeps me alive. Behold your execution.
Okay, I went into the wrong fucking ultimate state for Veronica. That's fine. Oh, phase 2.
You're insane! Poor Podesta will be engulfed by the red tide!
Ooh, voice acting.
Once my plan succeeds, whether it's you or Ophelia, you'll both forgive me!
Stop dwelling on the past!
I'm gonna skip this because this is story stuff that we do not have the context for yet. Controller. Probably whatever evil plan he has that we don't know by dint of the fact that he's from the latest chapter. Anyways.
What have you accomplished all these years?
Anyways, Alpha kill.
You're not worthy of the Spellman name!
I can't hear you, Alpha's killing you. I think your brain cells are melting, my guy. Alpha, kill him. Alpha, hit him, hit him. Okay, thank you.
My blade shall quench
Hello, you have been hit. Goodbye. And he's dead.
I've walked every cursed path. Let the depths of hell be mine to endure.
I think his brain is simply cooked. Now give me my shinies. Give me my shinies. Let's see if I can use the Innocent Team this time without fucking up my rotation so I can actually deal decent damage. Instead of just going Alpha Unga Bunga. Eep.
My lance
There we go.
your sins. Behold your execution.
Eat all this and ignite. Get, and we're in here with him. Perfect.
Not without.
Don't kill my vibe.
Okay, we got in the shield, Alpha, nuke his ass. Phase 2. Spin the win! Light him on fire again. Veronica, get his ass.
You're not worthy of the Spellman name! You're the one who's powerless! I will end all sufferings! No one can stop me!
Get your ass down here, you fucking screamy motherfucker. You're talking like a goddamn Resident Evil boss who's buying into their own crap. That is not a good thing to be.
What have you accomplished all these years?
Kicking your ass. And he's dead.
I've walked every cursed path.
Let the depths of hell be mine to endure.
More cards. Okay, I will kill the bot now. Give me a moment. First, where's the report button? First, we report the bot for being a bot. Ta-da! Reported and nuked. You're fine, Xana. You don't need to apologize. Okay, next up, Elegy. Does he have any instant death mechanics? Nope. Okay, maybe try a different team. Let's swap to the ice team.
To think I'm actually getting used to combat. After all my talk about not being good at it. I'm ready for your orders, Commandant.
Good, Teddy, good. Let's go do murder. Okay, Yap Man. Let's see if you got anything new this time.
Welcome to my data domain.
Teddy, hack his butt, make it explode. Oh, that's a command grab. Ow. Ow.
Implanting malware. Firewall breached.
Get inside.
Planting the worm.
Weren't able to get away from Teddy's ultimate though. Eat this rider kick. Phase 2.
It's not over yet.
Are you sure about that? You're in alpha range.
There is nothing. I will end all suffering. No one can stop me.
Hold still, let me stab you. Okay, and eat this.
There are many. This is my
Come.
choice.
Thank you once, you shoot him in the balls.
On we go. Take the path the dead have forged.
Head pat the sleepy sniper medic. Okay. Do. Hold up, give me a second. Something's being weird. Where's the team preset button? Oh. Oh, I only get to bring one guy. Oh. Oh. I see. I see. So that's how it's gonna be, huh? Okay, if we're doing a duel, okay, who do I have to be the best at actually fucking doing a proper 1v1? Maybe the power of horse compels you? Maybe Alpha Thaumiel? Who the fuck?
I
Okay.
will grant you victory.
Like I said, the guy is talking like a fucking Resident Evil villain who's buying into his own hype. Boss can consume saturation gauge from these powerful overdrive moves, which can only be dodged. Okay, final hit first dodge. Okay. Okay, Sekiro parry mechanic. Understood. I can do this shit. Let's go. Let's dance, motherfucker. I will just keep fucking stabbing you in your shield, funny man. Out pain. Phase 2, okay. Alpha, just keep swinging, just keep swinging, just keep swinging. Hit him with the big slash. There goes another 10 bars or so.
You're the one who can't see.
Are you sure about that?
I will end all suffering.
Get down here.
No one can stop me.
I think I was supposed to use the special parry for that. Use the iframes on this. Cleave out another fucking good chunk of your bars. And goodbye. Cool fight.
I've walked every cursed path.
Okay. Wait, this was the second to last stage. Wait, this was the second to last stage. Oh shit, I'm going to have to fucking lock in for the finale, aren't I? What do you mean stage 5 scales dynamically? Okay, okay. Why the fuck does it do that? Okay. Might need to lock in for this. Let's use ice. Let's use ice damage. I need less setup for that, which is better for a 1v1. Okay, final level.
It is you.
Ah shit, that was an overdrive, okay. Okay, hit him with the ultimate. Oh. Oh, that was rude. Ow, rude ass motherfucker, iframing my ultimate. I'm the one who iframes around here, dickbag. Oh, I hit the fucking button that time. Okay, bang, 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 bang. Phase 2. Hit him, stab him. Dodge. Stab. Okay, so that's how overdrive works. Okay, I like it.
I will end all sufferings! No one can stop me!
Okay, we're both on our last legs, asshole. Let's dance. I'll see you in hell.
Not to perish, not to end.
Stab.
Before me.
You're the one who's powerless!
Are you sure about that? I'm kind of melting you. Please die. Please die.
So quench the fading light.
Okay.
I've walked every cursed path.
Well, now on the skin of my teeth, I need to figure out how to use that little overdrive mechanic, because I have the feeling that and I immediately get dunked in the nightmare difficulty when we're winning it by the skin of my teeth. Of course I do. Okay. Cool fight though. Wonder if they're gonna do more of that overdrive mechanic in the future. Now, give me that. I need 7 more shards, and I'll be able to get my hands on her. Which I should be able to get relatively quickly. Especially if but... Yes, actually. Right. Okay, I did turn in the dailies, Give me all of those. Fun fight, though. Definitely like that fight. You know, that's the motherfucker we fight all the way over here, which is the start of a new fucking arc. Alpha, what did you do? In your extremely red flag coded coding? Why is that one red? Why did they change the format slightly here? That's concerning. Alpha, what did you do? Okay, and yep, we're going into Chapter 27, Aeon Reforged now, for the main story. Which means we're focusing more back onto the, less on the horrible death monsters trying to kill everyone, TM, and back onto the, political shenanigans, seeing as how this is very clearly a, Wansi and the Forsaken focused chapter. I am wondering how the fuck Wansi got this new frame. (27-1) Funeral. We will not abandon any comrades. We will defend every inch of our land, and we will pass the flame of hope to everyone in need. Play story. I wonder if this... Today we are gathered here to mourn someone important. He was my best student, everyone's reliable comrade, and the Forsaken's most trusted leader. Despite all our efforts, the 6-month search has brought no good news. All we found are wreckages and the remains of a few comrades. So it is with great regret that I must announce our leader, Watanabe, how did I get his name wrong, has left us forever. I doubt that. Seeing as how he has a fancy new frame here, I doubt that. What I can remember of behind the scenes looks we got at the Forsaken beforehand, I believe there was a conspiracy brewing from the faction of the Forsaken that really just wanted to blow up Babylonia instead of trying to save humanity. Which I can understand the grudge. The Great Evacuation was fucked, but punishing virus, hetero creatures, you kind of have bigger fish to fry. But when the fuck did they get that many dudes? Then again, they did basically get. They did basically get everyone in the armed forces that Babylonia left behind in the evacuation, and promptly didn't die to the punishing virus. So never mind me. That's still a lot of dudes. If I was an Ascendant, I'd stick a fucking sleeper agent in one of those fucking formations and just set off a fucking virus bomb or something stupid like that. Our fight will not end here. The battle will continue, as it always does. When one person goes down, another will rise to take the torch until we achieve victory and reclaim what is ours. Under the monument, a large, solemn voice stirs the emotions of everyone present. I first met Watanabe during the Golden Age, before the punishing virus outbreak. He was just a child, and an ordinary kid. I asked him what he wanted to become, and he said he hadn't decided yet because he didn't know what the future held, or what he would be like when he grew up. When I met him again, he was not the same. He was no longer the boy from the Golden Age. He said that to overcome disasters and save others, he had to become a different person. I honestly thought he had given up his original dreams of becoming a soldier since his mother sacrificed herself when the virus broke out. But I gradually realized that wasn't what he meant. Soldier, construct, leader. No, none of those were what Watanabe was talking about. He wanted to become a better person. The best person he could be. The dark clouds are being torn apart by lightning, and rain pours down from the gap. The rain soaks everyone, drenching their clothes and hair. No one speaks, and no one leaves. Become someone who can speak for the unprivileged. Become someone who can protect the weak. Become someone who can fight against injustice. Watanabe sacrificed himself in the struggle. He became the person he wanted to be, the best person that exists. The thunder fails to drown out Ballard's powerful voice. The anger in everyone's hearts cannot be extinguished by mere rain. Watanabe led us in this struggle. He brought us from having nothing to having everything. He brought justice back to this world and showed all survivors that this barren land isn't just about deceit, slaughter, and survival of the strongest. Mutual partnerships, love, and overcoming hardships together still shine brightly in these ruins. We will not abandon any comrades. We will defend every inch of our land, and we will pass the flame of hope to everyone in need. Did the deserters on Babylonia think that destroying Watanabe's body would extinguish this flame? My guy, do you know it was Babylonia? It could have been the Ascendants. Or it could have been you. Ballard clenches his fist and places it on his chest. They are wrong. This flame will not go out from any sacrifice. Every heroic soul will become the fuel that helps this fire burn brighter, to warm and awaken those being oppressed. Does Babylonia think that suppressing us with force will quell the sparks of rebellion? They are wrong again. We have never feared spilling blood or sacrifice, so how can threats from deserters stop us from breaking free from our shackles? We respect those who fight, but Babylonia continues to oppress its warriors. Such an unpopular regime will never win. High up on the platform, Ballard's gaze sweeps over everyone present. Rebellion might mean death, but not rebelling means never having lived. We have liberated the area that rightfully belongs to the Forsaken, but why should we stop here? Look at this monument. During the Golden Age, it symbolized unity. Today, we return here to mourn our fallen leader and comrades. But is this what they need the most? No. The best way to honor them is to fulfill their dreams and to witness the future they wish to see. Ballard raises his arm, shattering the falling raindrops. His passionate voice echoes across the memorial square. Comrades of fresh souls are still waiting for liberation in the conservation areas. You know that not all Forsaken members are here today. Our trusted comrades are holding the front lines, guarding us against possible attacks. Today's memorial is not just a remembrance, but a rallying call for the future. Let us turn sacrifice into motivation to break the rotten oppressive chains. Bring justice back to the world, and restore dignity to everyone. Remember, this struggle only has two outcomes for both sides, victory or death. If we must choose an outcome, then we will choose victory. Complete and utter victory. Give me a second to catch my breath. That is not easy on my fucking lungs there. If I remember correctly, Xana, that's the motherfucker who Give me a second to get comfy again, because I need to adjust a couple things, but... but if I remember correctly, that's the guy who's, the leader of the Babylonia camp of the Forsaken. The guy behind the whole, the guy behind the, I can't remember which number it was. Conspiracy to kill me for, these notes. Trying to help people on the surface of the planet and fight the punishing virus. In that case, by, going to go talk to the fucking, Church of Machina, you know, Naname's group. And got fucking, what the hell? Goddamn, my brain's blanking on names, red hair, punch boy, shonen protagonist in the wrong fucking genre. Yes, I'm trying to remember. I'm not comedy, I'm a... Goddamn, I completely am blanking on a name. Give me a second to fucking look it up. How the hell did I forget his name? I know he's in Cerberus. Cerberus, PGR, Noctis, thank you. Yes, we got Noctis fucking branded as a traitor until he proved that he did not in fact try to kill me by beating the shit out of his shithead brother, adopted, who is the hitman to him for trying to kill me. So there's a reason I'm going, okay, and how the hell do I know we know that you didn't kill him? Victory, victory, victory. As Ballard's speech finishes, deafening cheers echo the sky, shattering the dark clouds. Ballard looks up at the sky. The downpour continues and looks like it's going to last a long time. This weather again. World Government National Cemetery, 4 p.m. Tsuru, I'm here to see you again. The man places a bouquet in front of the tombstone. His light blue eyes reflect a figure that was no more. The tombstone is simple, only the name, date of birth and death, and a short epitaph. She sleeps here along with the war. bringing peace as a gift to the world. Watanabe, give your mother a bouquet. Yes, Dad. Oh my god, Chibi Watanabe. Okay, so this is Watanabe's dad. Why does he look like Alucard from Castlevania? The boy places a bouquet in front of the tombstone and uses his handkerchief to wipe away the fallen leaves. Shin, Watanabe, you're here. Looks like I'm late for once. A tall figure walks over from the other end of the path. For Watanabe, if he has to choose a person he trusts the most, excluding his often absent parents, it will undoubtedly be Ballard. I'm glad I'm not the only one seeing it. Although sometimes he trained Watanabe with demands that seemed harsh for a child, Ballard's posture and aura are always what Watanabe aspires to. Uncle Ballard! Call me instructor, but today I'll make an exception. Ballard places the bouquet in his hand in front of the tombstone, and only then does he notice the 3 other bouquets already there. This bouquet is... He looks at Shin with a questioning gaze. It's from Mr. Hans. The cemetery staff said he comes here every year, but he always avoids us. You and Tsuru were his most promising students. You also met her through him. Just before the war ended, there was a misjudgment that led to the annihilation of Tsuru's team. I fear that regret still haunts him to this day. That's war. Scars like these can't be healed by finding someone to blame. Only peace can mend the wounds torn open by war. So who the fuck was the world government? Question, this is pre-punishing virus. Who the fuck was the world government fighting? The old crotchety general guy who I headbutted every time he spoke, but also had a grudging respect for him, and then sacrificed himself to drop the fucking Longinus arsenal right on the twins. That guy. I mean, probably, but I mean, we knew the Golden Age was made of pyrite anyways. Inferno Corp existed back then too. I came to terms with it a long time ago, but Hans... I suppose that's common for someone who has fought all their life. Fortunately, we finally achieved peace. They'll give us the time needed to heal these wounds. Why do you look like you have something else to say? Actually... Wait, it's classified information from your security intelligence bureau. I don't want to hear it. It's not really classified. I mean, when Arnold had a shouting match with the president, everyone heard it, including the environmental and sanitation department downstairs. Probably only space soldiers like you haven't heard about it yet. Space soldier. Oh. I know there was shit on the moon pre-punishing virus. There's at least Norman Mining Corp and all their shit up there. Did the moon guys try to succeed and had to be bapped and told no? Is that what you fucking idiots were fighting each other over? Ballard speaks in a rare tone of helplessness and frustration. You always talk about Lieutenant General Arnold like this. He's your superior, yet it sounds like you don't respect him much. If a wizard came from the moon, we know because Kurno would have wheeled out their corpse at some point for some mad science bullshit. They have not done that, ergo there is no wizard from the moon. I admire his achievements in the Security Intelligence Bureau, but that's as far as it goes. Privately, I can't respect someone who opens surströmming in the office, even if you explain later it was just a joke for Hans and President Trillard. Completely understandable. Completely understandable. Completely understandable. Completely understandable. That literally smells like shit. That literally, if it was a warlock from the moon, Kurno would have done horrible things with the corpse anyways. Mad science is what they do. Like I said, North, like I said, I immediately understand the dislike. Remember the sixth proposal for military expenditure reduction I mentioned to you last time? Although the Space Force's budget wasn't affected much, I heard the Army faced significant cuts. After the last revision of the Joint Charter, most countries relinquished a large portion of their military command. We no longer have external enemies on Earth to guard against, nor do we need to maintain so many national armies. Such proposals pass every year, but there's still opposition this year. More like it got heavily modified, when a sunset can no longer be considered a military budget reduction proposal. President Shillard proposed a contract system in the Parliament, listing part of the armed forces as contractable units? To shoot who? Why? What? Colonel. Colonel wanted to buy dudes. Colonel wanted to buy guys to shoot people with and to experiment on. I'm going to blame Colonel until we get proof that it was somebody else. If this proposal passes... If this proposal passes, those conglomerates and economic entities will be able to meddle in the world government's armed forces. So, yep, like I said, fucking Colonel. Gillard, what exactly are you planning to do with this proposal? Hans, I thought you'd be visiting the cemetery today. Oh my god, that's younger Hans. He looks like a stress elemental, I'm going to be honest. Biology is annoying. I went earlier this morning, since this World Government Executive meeting is happening this afternoon. Here, new glasses. I met your secretary on my way and brought them for you. Is this the guy who was in charge before Hassan? Please tell me Hassan shot him in the head and kicked him out an airlock. The man in commander uniform hands over the glasses. I needed these. The removed steel pair is missing half of one lens. Oh, didn't think much about it earlier, but now I can finally see the stairs clearly. I don't like that mustache. Why did Arnold punch so hard even though we gave him a heads up? I even chose the executive meeting that he usually attends virtually, but this time he showed up in person. Because you gave him a heads up, I'm betting. Our director of the Security Intelligence Bureau is as sharp as ever. No wonder people call him the Hound. Sure of you, right? You know exactly who Arnold despises the most. Bill's so blatantly biased. Just be grateful that security reacted quickly, or else you'd have ended up with more damage than a pair of broken glasses. Apologies. As the president, I can't appear on the morning news of bruises. I'll have to schedule an appointment with the medical consortium to reduce the swelling. Really? That's your first fucking concern? Well, if you'll excuse me now. Hold it. Don't try to evade my question. There's no one else here. You can speak your mind, old fox. We've been working together since before the formation of the world government. I know what you put on paper is never what you really mean to do. Oh. The world government was like one generation old when the virus broke out. Oh, that explains a lot. Oh, that explains a lot. Oh, that explains a lot. Oh, that explains so much. That explains so much. Then why bother digging? Actually, we just need money. Lots of it. Trillard gave it an awkward smile. To avoid further embarrassment, he turns to look at the huge statue built to commemorate the unification. Industrial stagnation, shaken beliefs, the quagmire of war. The appearance of any one of these would threaten the status quo. And the world government bears the load of the whole of humanity. Even the smallest crack could cause this dam to collapse. Dominic and the Science Council have solved the problem with belief. There's that guy again we've seen alluded to, the head techie TM. When the world's smartest minds gather to create miracles for humanity, their proposed ideologies become deeply rooted, unshakable as steel. And through the military's peace operations over the past decade, extreme ideologies and extremists have lost their means and grounds for survival, freeing us from the quagmire of war. They just got legitimacy from the reading of this. They just finished kicking basically everyone who was trying to blow up the world government in the face when the virus showed up. But Hans, while we've unified our ideology and power, our resources have yet to be unified. The spherical sculpture reflects in Trillard's eyes. He can see his small figure on each reflective surface. The monument beneath the sculpture carries the names of every martyr who sacrificed for peace, along with an inscription at the base. A world for all. Most resources are still controlled by a minority, and these people won't be swayed by beliefs. Worse than a railgun to a chest. Railgun made of actively hostile gray goo that wants to kill you, everyone you cared about, for weird evolution bullshit to the chest. Yeah, that's the rich fucks, because we know it's the rich fucks. Pointing at the rich fucks and saying they suck has not been something PGR has been, subtle about. See, Kurano! They are like the fat dragons guarding treasures in night novels, sleeping on mountains of gold and agate while worrying that we might one day break into their caves and plunder their treasures. But in fact, we can never use force against them. I figure that means you decide to trade with them. For their own good, they would sell the ropes they will use to hang themselves. It's a grand gift, and naturally comes at a different price. Okay, I think I see what his plan is. I think I see what his plan is. The plan was basically, I think, to integrate them with the world government, and then through that have the world government eat them and take their money, so they're not using it to fuck things up like a fucking tech bros. Anyways, but I think I see what his plan was. That's risky. If it falls through, you're going to get many problems, especially because one of the corporations in question is fucking Kurano, they have mad science and all the problems, but maybe it could have worked if the virus didn't break out. You wear the same expression as those corporate representatives when they heard your proposal. Only those who share those foul tastes can talk about these things. Dominic and his scientists stabilized the beliefs. You and your army resolved the wars. As for mundane matters of daily life, leave them as someone as ordinary as yours truly. Whether it's Project Zero Point Energy or Project Eden, it's hard to move forward when our resources are not unified. You're playing with fire. These people are just going to chuck their manners out the window once they're powerful enough to have what it takes to contend with the world government. But if I can use this fire to my advantage, then I can cook great stuff with it. Naturally, I know just what to do to not get burned. First of all, it's true that the Army has implemented a contract system, but recruitment and training qualifications are still in our hands, which ensures the scale of mercenaries won't go haywire. Unless you're willing to tread the fine line of the law, and there's very few people inclined to choose a precarious life spent fighting in the shadows. Secondly, the contract system only applies to the Army and some of its equipment, confining their armed forces strictly to the land. Ah! Ah! We have orbital. They don't. Ergo, things go hot. Ah! I see. Such a single force is insignificant under a complete four-dimensional strike system of land, sea, air, and space. I'm sure they thought of this already, so what's the point of your proposal? Your containment plan only works under ideal conditions. If there's an issue with the people carrying out the plan, your plan would take the nosedive. I'm aware of that. This is never meant to be a long-term plan. And they didn't have us in mind when they decided to hire armed forces. Oh, oh, you're gonna make the corps shoot each other. You're gonna bleed them by making them kill each other for you. Oh. When they realize they can't quickly resolve or corrupt the world government, they'll naturally turn their focus inwards. When you get a bunch of fish trapped in a pond, you'll eventually either devour or invade one another. This is determined by their operational logic, not your will. During their internal conflicts, we can break free from Earth's gravity and organize colonization teams for other planets. It won't be long before the vast resources of space are within human reach. By then, what value will the coins they hold have? A rare trace of fanaticism appears on Shillard's face. He looks up towards the sky, seemingly wanting to gaze through the clouds into the boundless stars. I see you're not satisfied with the fact that verification of Eden 1 is way ahead of schedule. Do you plan to complete both Project Zero Point Energy and Project Eden within your 10-year term? Come on, I'm anything but an overachiever. Well, I see you're keeping a cool head there, which is great. That's why I'm aiming for re-election. And no politician can refuse the achievement of leading humanity beyond Earth, and I'm no exception. Besides, I'm getting old. I want to elevate the world government's prestige to new heights. And perhaps leave a legacy in the annals of history. What a thing to say about someone as mediocre as me. I can assure you, though, that I'm not being entirely selfish here. I've always placed the world government above myself. There is one thing you've failed to consider, though. What if they throw their coins away and choose to bet on space too? If they too set their sights on the cosmos, on the stars. Shillard turns around, the sunlight filtering through the spherical sculpture landing on him. He spreads his arms as if to embrace the giant fireball in the sky, or the entire world before him. Ah, yes, the fraction is pose. That'd make them like-minded people, no? What would I have to worry about then? He's not wrong about that. You just, yeah. If you make an enemy your friend, you have in fact beaten your enemy. Yeah, I see the guy before hashing because Hassan is the current president was in fact a fan of space. Sin and Ballard continue to discuss issues beyond his understanding, and the boy's thoughts begin to drift. There are no remains under his mother's tombstone, and in that fierce assault, extremists used an unstable thermal cannon. The haywire explosion turned them and the government forces into ash. The 400-meter diameter crater, no traces of human life were found, only molten iron and cooling crystallizing rocks. The smoke from the explosion covered the entire city, taking a week to settle. What the fuck were they using to power that? A fusion reactor? Perhaps that was when the sacrifice surely returned to the soil. For humanity, it was the last day of war and chaos, but for the families of the sacrificed, it was their first day of grieving. Why? Why did Mom have to go on those missions when they were so dangerous? Though Autonomy didn't witness it firsthand, through the gruesome photos and the repeated news broadcasts, he felt as though he could still smell the gunpowder, and what the bodies must have been through when they blew up. It was the moment those people and his mother were frozen in death. Every time Autonomy thought of this, his stomach would spasm. This made him dizzy at the sight of entries, because what he saw wasn't the fresh wound on his retina. but that lingering illusion of death. Countless times, Watanabe questioned his mother, who was no longer there. Same question he never had the guts to ask his father, fearing it would only add to his grief. Ballard might be a good choice, but would it make him think I'm a wimp? The boy is unable to find the answer to his question, his heart heavy with worries and overthinking. I think. A youngster Watanabe has never seen appears in sight. Chibi-Coach? What the hell is the Chibi-Coach doing here? Because this was the responsibility she chose to shoulder. The youngster gently places the memorial book quite in front of the tombstone and bows her head in silent tribute. The youngster appears to be a member of the military personnel like Shin, except they're wearing a completely different uniform. Responsibility, you said. What about her responsibility as a mother and a wife? Watanabe is seeing the youngster for the first time, yet he's feeling a strange sense of familiarity with this young person. Chibi-Coach, what the fuck are you doing here? I chose the voice off, so that probably means it's Chibi-Coach. What the hell is she doing here? I have many questions. Watanabe knows he's to be exercising vigilance, and yet he finds himself asking this question spent in the back of his mind. There are many soldiers in the world who can carry out missions, but to my father she was his only wife, to me she was my only mother. Did we really mean that little to her? She never ignored you. You were also the source of her faith. You will face the same choices in the future. My mother left nothing but an empty tombstone. I swear I will never be like her. No, there's more to it than that. The sound of raindrops hitting the leaves interrupts the young soldier's next words. The rain comes without warning, weighing on the boy's heart. Watanabe, we need to go. His father's voice comes from somewhere nearby. Before Watanabe knows it, he and Ballard have already reached the cemetery's exit. Alright. Watanabe takes off his coat to shield himself from the intensifying rain and jogs towards his father. He turns around and sees a strange youngster has already moved on to the next tombstone, offering another bouquet of flowers. Throughout the hazy rain, he vaguely makes out the symbol of a seal and a wing imprinted on the youngster's cloak. Watanabe, let's get going already. Coming. The rain intensifies, forcing Watanabe to curl up entirely under his coat as he runs towards the exit. In the rain, the young officer's figure stands like a lighthouse at sea, surrounded by the tombstones forming a cluster of reefs. Yup, that's the commandant! Tiny Coast, what the hell are you doing here? Commandant Coast, there's a non-zero chance this happens before you were born. What the hell are you doing here? Is Watanabe like having a near-death flashback and we're plugging into his brain? Or are we doing more, or is there more timey-wimey bullshit? Lonely, yet resolute. Chapter 27. Aeon Reforged. 2,900 days until the punishing virus outbreak. Oh, that's a concrete number. That's a concrete number. How many years is that? How many years is that? How many years is that? Roughly seven, roughly 7.9 years, little under 8. Yeah, I don't like that either. So, based on the digital artifacts, I'm assuming Watanabe is unconscious in the real world. I'm assuming that orders time. I'm seeing two options here. Three options. Either A, Watanabe is younger than the IC Coast, which feels off because that was the Commandant uniform. And Construct Tech was new when the punishing virus broke out. Construct Tech was brand fucking new, so that entire military tradition organization should not exist. which points the evidence towards either time fuckery, which we know is possible and implies the observers are fucking around again, which would explain why Gedivie's bit was before this, or Watanabe's having a near-death dream and the coast is plugging into him. Because the new frame we haven't seen yet. We haven't seen this CG yet and story yet. I'm pretty sure he's not actually dead. I'm pretty sure Ballard was full of shit. So the coast might be just kicking his dying dream open, trying to pull him out. We don't know. We don't know, but this is definitely a good look into the setup of how the hell the apocalypse happened. 27-2, Golden Age. Where do we go from here? It's something people never stop talking about, no matter the era. Where does life originate? How is consciousness born? What is at the end of the universe? And where does human civilization go? We should focus on the continuation and inheritance of civilization to enhance the advantages of the human race. Wait, I recognize this silhouette. That's Elika's shitty adopted dad, the mad scientist we stabbed. Mr. Kurano, not actually in charge of Kurano Corp. I think. Some want to follow biological instincts to keep passing on the will and life of the individual. Genes, the tiny difference in genes, are what make us who we are. With molecular level manipulation, we can perfectly replicate the body 1-to-1. Next, as long as we concentrate funding and Gestalt's computation power on the 100% replication of consciousness signals, we can achieve continuous rebirth. Imagine the day when humanity is free of aging and illness, never has to lose its leaders to accidents in time, and our wisdom and experience will accumulate over time. Some want to break the shackles of the mortal body through self-modification. Earth is the cradle that breathes life. Life is born from the cradle, and the atmosphere protects us from cosmic radiation, abundant organic matter to keep ourselves from hunger. What is the world beyond the cradle like? What will we rely on to face deadly cosmic rays, the vacuum, and ultra-low temperatures? Yes, meat bad. Move the entire ecological cradle in the sky? That would be a lot of work. Can't modify ourselves, humanity will never be able to sever the umbilical cord with its own planet. I'm not saying humanity shouldn't develop a space fleet, just that we should modify ourselves first before discussing the future. When empty talk turns into reality, people making decisions realize the immense pressure they face. After solving the practical issue of cold fusion and completing Gestalt's construction, what should the next 10-year plan be? Gene correction? Human modification? Digital life? Limited resources in the home planet system, implementing all these plans simultaneously is clearly a pipe dream. Going forward, humanity must tread carefully. The clash of various thoughts, moral choices, and the entanglement of interests make it difficult to reach a clear conclusion in this century-long debate. Till that person's lieutenant brought a theoretical report and construction plan to the World Government Conference. Whose? 0-point reactor. Casimir effect, quantum fluctuations. I'm sick of these formulas. Trilard takes off his glasses and rubs his temples that were throbbing from the complex formulas. Faced with this document, which was more of an academic paper than a plan, Trilard decisively ignores the theoretical part and turns to the last page. Energy can be extracted from any point in space and converted into the form of energy needed. Upon reading this, Trilard's pupils dilate slightly. Possibilities this sentence hints at quickly flash through his mind. But as a politician, especially as the first president of the world government, he can't show any bias. He puts his glasses back on, masking his inner excitement with his usual mild demeanor. The application of zero-point energy. It sounds like fantasy, but there shouldn't be any doubt as to its authenticity since Chief Technician Dominic was the one who proposed it. However, with our recent completion of the energy revolution and mastery of cold fusion, upgrading the energy industry might not be the most pressing issue for humanity. So, could you please explain the necessity of this project? Researcher Nithart. All eyes now turn the focus on the young woman at the podium. Opposed to the seasoned veteran's present, she seems too young, almost naive. Yeah, cold fusion is a pipe dream and something we've been IRL people have been trying to get for a while for very good reasons. It would be effectively all the pros of nuclear power with none of the cons. Besides, it might explode, but power generation explodes if it goes wrong. That's just how it works. I don't think fusion is radioactive if it goes up, though, unlike fission. All eyes now turn the focus on the young woman at the podium. Opposed to the seasoned veteran's presence, she seems too young, almost naive. This is the first time they hear her name, but the person standing behind her is a luminary in human history that can't be overlooked. Legendary Dominic, he united the initially disparate scientists to establish the Science Council and lead humanity out of the Great Depression. Great Depression. I think that's the first time we've heard that. That might have been some of the side stuff I messed up. Great Depression. Maybe an analog to IRL times, because things were kind of rough IRL. But why would the chief technician, who never appeared in public, send such a young lieutenant to such an important meeting? Is there more to it than meets the eye here, or is the chief grooming Nithart as his successor? The silence, speculation brews. Lord realized that the researcher's been silent since submitting the proposal and hasn't answered the previous question. Researcher Nithart? Lord calls her name again. Oh fuck, she's hot. Oh fuck, she's... Give me a second. Hello, late man. I like her looks. I like her design on them. I'm going to screenshot it so I may obsessively compare it to the other characters and figure out how she fits into the grand scheme of things. But is it just me, or does she kind of look like Vera? Is it just me, or does she kind of look like Vera? Nithart looks up, apparently tired from lack of sleep. Have you finished reading the proposal? I thought it would take at least another half hour. Understandable reaction. Hands, have a nice day. You can hear him. You can hear him going, "Fucking scientist." You can hear that. You can hear his brain saying that, and that's a mood, Hands. With sharp eyes, Hans notices that Nithart has turned off the alarm in her wrist terminal. It appears that she was trying to sneak in a nap when the council members read the proposal. Girl, please. I skipped the theoretical research part. I mean, I'm a politician, not a scientist. Now let me ask this again on behalf of the world government. What's the point of the 0-point energy that's mentioned in the proposal when we've just completed energy revolution and mastered cold fusion? The new decade-long project is to decide humanity's next step. This proposal is just for show and doesn't bring us a substantial breakthrough and leap forward. I'm afraid the world government has no reason to provide financial support. We might as well handhold her for convincing us. Hans, familiar with his old friend's rhetoric, shakes his head, knowing what Trillard is playing at. A decade. You probably only read the last page. The estimated time of the proposal is 20 years. 10 years would be only enough for validation. Miss Nidhart, this is no place for bad jokes. Validation is necessary. The results will determine whether humanity can use our current technology to build colony ships that can travel faster than light. If validation fails, the only feasible part of this plan would be this Project 0-point energy that you mentioned. This could provide humanity with an additional 70 trillion kilowatts-hours of clean energy annually. And that's the most trivial benefit of Project 0-point energy. Its true significance lies in breaking the way we've been using energy since the Second Industrial Revolution. Nidhart appears half asleep, but she is laser-sharp and focused when it comes to her field of expertise. Currently, no matter how we generate energy, we need to go through conversion before we can use it. We burn fossils for heat. We expand gases for power. Methods of obtaining the energy are changing, but the inefficient and wasteful conversion process has seen no breakthrough. Which is why Dawnfree has only been able to reach 1% of light speed after prolonged acceleration, despite its cold fusion engine and load capacity. I mean, 1% of C is still enough to get basically anywhere in the solar system pretty fucking quick. Like, the only reason I can see the only reason I could see the push for FTL so heavily is if Dominic knew the punishing virus was coming and was trying to get as many people out of the blast radius as possible, as far away as possible. And we know time travelers exist. Vonnegut all but is said to be one, with copious amounts of subtext. Text that's barely text because he hasn't just straight up said, "I'm a time traveler." That would explain why Dominic is a super genius. Crossing the Orc Cloud alone would take generations, let alone exploring further into space. The only reason I can see trying to immediately... There's only two reasons I can see trying to rust out of the solar system like this. The first is they've found a planet they think is habitable, but they can't get to it quick enough. Quick enough, and with FTL it'd be easier than colonizing Mars or something. Which is doubtful. That would have come up by now. Somebody would have mentioned how the punishing virus stole 2 worlds instead of just 1. So the only other conclusion I can think of is that Dominic and his circle knew the punishing virus was coming. Unless I'm missing something. With 0-point energy, it's different. Its properties allow it to be collected and converted in any known form of energy simultaneously. Description on pages 39, line 57. Apologies. This means collection and conversion happen simultaneously, eliminating energy loss and conversion time, so we end up directly with the energy in the form we desire. Detailed explanations can be found on page 41, Formula 65. If the initial phase of validation is successful, that would put us one step closer to bringing new colony ships with zero-point engines to reality. Our ships could break the 10% light speed limit, and in the future even surpass light speed. Please refer to pages 79 to 92 for details. That's about it. Any more questions? Well, you could probably find all the answers to your questions in the proposal, though. Seemingly exhausted from the presentation, Neidhart props her chin with her palm, looking as if she might fall off the podium. There's a lot of... Despite what pop culture sci-fi might have you believe, there's a shit ton of resources in the solar system. And PGR is written competently enough to know this. I think my gut is telling me Dominic and his circle knew the Ponting virus was coming somehow. Maybe he was a time traveler. Maybe the observers passed the info to him. Who knows? But they knew the Ponting virus was coming and are trying to get people out of the blast radius is the only thing that could explain this heavy emphasis on FTL travel. Travel when the world government is effectively still forming. It's unified, yeah, it just got legitimacy, but that's not enough. I heavily think so, yes. That's my current theory until we get proof otherwise. No one in the room, however, calls her out on her behavior. Because they're all held spellbound with the idea of fashion and light. The sound of tapping screens becomes the only melody that echoes through the room as everyone meticulously reads the sections Neidhart pointed out. So are you saying we need to spend 10 years of resources just to validate a possibility? Moreover, the proposal mentions modifying the lunar base that's meant for starship production and assembly. We end up with nothing to show for the 10 years spent in a significantly smaller fleet of starships if the project fails. With only the orbital spaceport's production capacity, we could only deliver 30 starships by the deadline, when we originally planned for 100, that is. No matter how grand this plan seems, putting all our eggs in one basket is not wise. And based on the deadline, based on what we saw last time with the countdown, the punishing virus hits before the deadline. I'm missing something. I'm missing something. I think I just don't know what. Something is off about this. A world for all, the world government's founding principle, lest we forget. While it's true that the Science Council has had many an epoch-making achievement, we can't bet 10 years' worth of humanity's time on a theory that even the Science Council is uncertain about. The Councilor's opposition is unmistakable. The crowd, having calmed down from their fanaticism over fashion and light, begins to discuss the pros and cons. Seeing Neidhart still silent with her head down, the new Councilor eagerly adds, By comparison, I think Professor Godwin's comprehensive modification plan would be more solid. Found it. Excuse me, I'm still talking. First of all, I'm here as a researcher, and I would greatly appreciate it if you could address me as Researcher Neidhart like the President does. Secondly, the Chief mentioned that many members of the Science Council were too busy with research to attend the meeting, so they sent me to express their stance. Now, this is what we call a petition, I presume? Neidhart turns her terminal and projects a short text onto the screen. The projection is simple, merely a request for the world government to support the zero-point reactor and subsequent research. What matters is the long list of signatures below. Konstantin Alexander Korolev, Initiator of project-oriented Voyage, founder of modern starship design standards. William Lee Albitz, founder of quantum process standards, builder of the foundation of principles of Gestalt physics. Igor Noviklandu, polymath, designer of the first cold fusion reactor, discoverer of the universal superconducting crystal structure. Hey, you know what that sounds like? You know what that sounds like? You know what that sounds like? You know what a universal superconducting crystal structure sounds like to me? You know what that sounds like to me? That sounds like the, besides carbon, besides the fucking bullshit material that is carbon. I was going to say that sounds like the, So we know in Punishing Grey Raven the holographic theory is true. But that still means there has to be a surface things are happening on to project the reality of the characters existing. That sounds like the, this sounds like the surface. Chief Engineer of Gestalt, proposer of marine fish farming techniques, author of the comprehensive guide to edible funk. Lots of shit. Most importantly, shoot. But yeah, that's a lot of achievements. The last on this long list of signatures. Dominic, founder and chief technician of the Science Council, pioneer of Gestalt design theory, proposer of cold fusion theory and its practical application, creator of the first strong AI machine. This group of scientific elites that once led humanity out of the Great Depression has once again come together as one. Though some of them are now frail and confined to intensive care units, no one could ignore the weight of their words. They were, and still are, humanity's beacons of hope. One united for a single cause. I'd say this is more of a threat! Is the Science Council trying to coerce the world government into making a decision biased in your favor? The refined counselor slams the table, pointing at Nidhart and angrily accusing her, seemingly about to curse. Biased, we seek nothing for ourselves. All this research will serve humanity. That's more evidence to my theory of they knew the virus was coming and were trying to get the fuck out. This petition is merely the voice to wishes of those researchers who couldn't be present today. Isn't the summit supposed to decide the future? Shouldn't we all be open to more opinions here? Most council members pale at Nidhart just said. They are either from entrenched families, complex interest groups, or emerging enterprises. They fought hard to earn their seats at this assembly, hoping to ride the wave of times. Faced with this petition where the list of signatures runs longer than the main text itself, their hidden agendas seem destined to crumble. Right then, someone burst out laughing. The summit is indeed open to everyone's opinions, and I'm sure we've all taken your valuable suggestions to heart. There are no further questions? Let's proceed to the vote. This meeting is a turning point in the fate of civilization, which humanity chooses to spark their hope. I hereby announce, based on the decisions of the 13th World Government Summit, that for the next decade, or rather the next 20 years, Project Eden, proposed by the Science Council, will be our primary focus. May human civilization achieve greater glory. Our next target is the stars. Still aware of the impending disaster, everyone cheers for supposed grand future down the road. The first year, Project Zero Point Energy, a sub-project to Project Eden, officially launches. Led by the Science Council, it aims to establish 5 experimental zero-point reactors worldwide to verify the reactor's reliability from multiple perspectives. The second year, with support from Chillard and a few proponents, Project Eden makes significant headway. The same year, sites for the construction of the zero-point reactors are selected, and theoretical verification of the engine begins. The third year, theoretical verification of the zero-point engine is completed, making the construction of engines using zero-point reactors theoretically possible. Same year, the construction of the prototype ship capable of carrying a zero-point engine, the Eden 1 colony ship, begins at at the Silkas of Aerospace City. And so Babylonia is built. In the 4th year, the Eden 1 colony ship completes its whole construction, followed by a year-long series of verifications. The 5th year, Project Eden achieves significant breakthroughs. The Eden 1 interstellar colony ship completes the 32nd generation SES, Space Environment Simulator verification at the Aerospace City, making permanent space residency and FTO travel a possibility for humanity. Same year, the former interstellar navigation project, Project Orient, was incorporated into Project Eden, officially shifting humanity's century-long goal from interstellar navigation to interstellar colonization. The same year, the lunar base begins renovation to better research and assemble its second-generation interstellar ship colony, the Eden 2, equipped with a zero-point engine. In that same year, countries transfer the usage rights of spaceports and starships to the world government. Since then, the world government has gained control of all land, sea, air, and space military forces. The starship fleet is established and a large-scale recruitment for the Space Force begins. The 6th year, the lunar renovation project is largely completed, with an additional zero-point engine test site. The 7th year, Schiller proposes an army optimization reform plan at the world government executive meeting, listing some personnel and equipment as hireable assets. Eventually, the Army Hiring Act passes by a narrow margin. At the end of the same year, thanks to sizable funds generated by the Army Hiring Act, Project Eden once again makes significant headway. Thus, all preliminary works completed, and Project Eden, its core project, Project Zero-Point Energy, officially enter a prolonged construction phase. The 10th year, due to significant increase in medical construction reform, civilian applications to consult, educational promotion, army reform, Prillard, supported by various factions, is successfully re-elected as the president of the world government. In the 14th year, Project Eden makes another breakthrough. 14th year. That's when the deadline runs out. That's when the virus hits. The second generation interstellar colony ship Eden 2 is assembled at lunar base. Equipped with a temporarily installed cold fusion engine, it successfully launches and enters a lunar synchronous orbit, awaiting the completion of the zero-point engine. In the same year, Science Council announced that the first ignition of the zero-point reactor will take place within a single year. Politicians, merchants, soldiers, scientists, engineers. Project Eden is suddenly the talk of the world, so much that even children are talking about it based on what they see on the news. With all eyes upon it, Project Eden is now in its 14th year of implementation. It's also at that time when a certain young man celebrates his 18th birthday. Still not as sharp as it could be. It's gotta be your hairstyle. Hair no longer than 3mm. That's how a new recruit should look. No way! The hairband was listed 2 years ago! We've been getting new recruits that look anything but since they put the contract system in place. The last time I visited the training base to see an old friend, I saw someone training with hair gel on. What a lack of discipline. Why are we still trying to keep that same hairstyle when functional armor is in such widespread use now? Why are you giving me this uniform ahead of time? Because I wanted to see it before I leave. Dad? You're back! Ever since joining the Space Force's command officer, Shin rarely came home. On top of their daily training, the Space Force command officers as a new unit have to engage in endless simulated battles to develop tactics for this new battlefield in space. Most of them don't return to Earth for half a year or even a year. What the hell are you planning on fighting? Oh. I think I know what Oh. No, you would need space combat for evacuating people off the planet and protecting the colony ships when the virus hits. Oh. It's more of Dominic's fucking doomsday prep. Most of the time, brief conversations via satellite phone are the only interactions Shin and Watanabe have. We still only have half a day like we usually do, but I'm not gonna complain. Well, Lord, thank you. Don't mention it. Kid is going to the Oasis Squad, and I happen to know someone there. I was a bit surprised when Watanabe decided to be a soldier, though. He did pass the test and all. but his gaze is sharp in a caring sort of way. How's your homophobia treatment coming along? You're not fully cured yet, no? Sin doesn't say anything, but through the way he looks, he expresses the same concern as Ballard's. Well, I passed partly because they went easy with the recruitment criteria again this year. I mean, we're seeing fewer people these days joining the ground force to deal with terrorist criminals and drug traffickers, and the contract system has a much lower standard too. We're pretty much there just for show, so to speak. According to Gasalt's career recommendation, this happens to be the most suitable for me too. Ballard doesn't say anything more. Having been entrusted by Sin to take care of Watanabe and train him according to his own habits, he knows that Watanabe indeed has what it takes to become a great soldier. This is probably also why Gasalt came up with the career recommendation for Watanabe. Exactly! But in the Golden Age, people no longer need to rely on talent to prove their worth as they did before. People care more about interest or what they want out of life than when deciding what to do down the road. Perhaps I spoke too soon when I said the Golden Age was made out of pyrite. Perhaps it was more an in-between state. Between pyrite and gold. True and false. Doing its best to climb towards a true golden age, and then the virus fucking hit and everyone dies. This is giving me so many ideas, but this is certainly not an area where Gestalt, the program that determines situations based on profit or loss, is able to provide advice. Yeah, exactly. They were trying to make a perfect golden age, even if shit was going wrong. There was actual progress! And then they got shot in the head. You're not wrong. I'm pretty sure PGR came out after Eclipse Phase. Shit, Kuro might have been inspired by Eclipse Phase as well, god damn it. Son, it's not too late to call it quits now. Looking at his son, now as tall as himself, Sin breaks silence. You don't need to follow the same path as your mother and I did. Ballard did tell me you were gifting, but being gifted doesn't mean you have to let it dictate your future. Talent sometimes comes with excessively high expectations. And when those expectations exceed your abilities, it often leads to devastating failure or unbearable pain. I don't want to see you end up cursing your own talent. Dad, are you talking about Mom? Sin doesn't answer. Dad, I know I shouldn't make you worry. But I didn't accept Gasalt's career recommendation without thinking. Shin looks at Watanabe with those same light blue eyes as his as Sin waits for Watanabe to continue. It takes long-lasting peace to heal the havoc wreaked by war. This is what you told me. I am not a witness to war, and I am very grateful that I'm not. But this also means I can't truly feel the difference between a war and peace like you and Uncle Ballard. And I will never understand why Mom chose duty over life. What was the belief that Mom left behind? Out of so many people in the world, why did it have to be her? I think you, Dad, understand Mom of all people. And I trust that you can answer that question. But I think this world of experience will always stand between us no matter how hard you try to explain it to me. Which is why I figured that if I became a soldier, even just a merc, I'd come closer to understanding Mom. Only when I fully understand her choice will I ever be able to bid my last farewell. I want to face my wounds so they're not overlooked and forgotten. Dad, this is my choice. He stood tall, unafraid of any well-meaning concern. Looks like I underestimated my own son. I was going to give you the second gift if you gave up, but now it seems unnecessary. Shin takes out an antique lever-action shotgun, its birch wood and gold inlays making it look like a piece of art. What's the writing on this? Watanabe takes the shotgun and sees a line of small text on it. Remember the past, but never forget the future. Even if you've resolved to move past your wounds, never forget that they existed, that you're doing this to move towards the future. And I'll keep those words at the back of my mind. I wouldn't speak so fast if I were you, young one. Your current resolve is half-baked. You can hold on to your beliefs in the face of a real crisis. That's when you'll worry of those words. Lord gives Watanabe a pat on the shoulder. Jin, on the other hand, breaks into a relieved smile, seeing Watanabe annoyed and about to argue. Little do they know that they will soon face a real challenge. That's a significant drop. That is a significant drop. A year minus 15 days until the punishing virus outbreak. Ominous as fuck. Ominous as fuck. But I'm going to be I am almost certainly going to be going back over this entire chapter with a fucking toothbrush at some point to tweet out every bit of lore, because holy shit, this is a lot of useful lore. 27. Oh hey, we get two Watanabes, old Watanabe and new Watanabe, who looks like he's fucking dead. Oh hey, it's Gasalt. Anyone who's turned 18 and has no major criminal record can make friends with people using Gasalt's matching system. In a society increasingly connected to communication rather than personal relationships, providing convenience for citizens to communicate is our duty. Isn't our job to bridge gaps for strangers so they can break out of their old circles? Says Trillard, who has been actively promoting civilian use of certain Gestalt functions. Gestalt's matching system, huh? Watanabe was going to turn down this offer, being one of those who aren't entirely familiar with breaking out of their old circles to make friends with complete strangers. Balancing one identities for communication is a deep ingrained habit since primitive times, and it isn't easy to break. Might as well try. Not bad if you end up with a couple of new friends, no? I mean, none of your friends from school or the racing club chose to become soldiers, did they? How'd you know? I didn't even know your life was so rich until Ballard told me. Did you look into me? Watanabe looks at Ballard in disbelief. Occupational habit, and you didn't exactly hide it. You never told me any of this, so I was actually quite surprised when I first learned about these things. I'm just glad you didn't turn into one of those people who shave both sides of their heads, paint their eyes black, wear clothes that look splattered with paint. That's quite a huge mix of several generations worth of stereotypes right there. But you'll definitely need friends if you're trying to go down this path of your own choosing. Which is why you want to give the Gesalt matching system a try. Just give it a shot. I recognize this drum. I recognize this drum. I recognize this drum. This CG, if I remember correctly, has only been used for one specific location. Lucia and Luna's childhood room. Oh, right, no. Oh, shit, no, they did know each other. Shit! Cruise terminal, Autonomy accesses the matching system in the breeze. Dear citizen, hello and welcome to the Gesalt matching system. You are accessing your legal rights under Chapter 3, Article 291 of the Citizen Welfare Act. Please read the following terms of the sheet after confirmation. Autonomy quickly scrolls through the long privacy terms and usage rules and presses confirm. Retrieving this database will take a few moments, confirming information matching. Before the AI says another word, Autonomy interrupts it with the confirm button. Matching complete. Would you like to enable privacy mode? Sir, since we're interacting with strangers now? Understood. Privacy mode enabled. Thank you for using the Gestalt matching system. Enjoy yourself. After a brief system tone, a greeting comes through the speaker. Hello, can you hear me? It's gotta be Lucia. It's gotta be Lucia. That's gotta be Lucia/Alpha. 5 days have passed since Watanabe's birthday, and he's ready to head to the Oasis new recruit training camp. It's a series of modern training camps in the fucking desert, and Watanabe is heading to the second squad. Of course it's in the fucking desert! Why wouldn't it be in the fucking desert? Of course it's in the fucking desert. Sorry I can't see you off. It's okay, Dad. I'm not going to kindergarten. Seeing family members off to the military has been a long-standing tradition in the family. I believe you have what it takes to cope with whatever comes your way, but I'll still be blessing you from above. Never thought I'd hear something so sappy coming from you, Dad. I'll just chalk this up to you being sentimental out in space. Wait for my good news. Yeah. After ending the satellite call, Watanabe is about to put his suitcase in the luggage rack, but someone beside him lends a hand. Thanks. Cosmodent? What the f- No, we know when the Coast fucking went through training stuff. That was the fucking school at FIS. That was like the latest generation, if I remember correctly. Coast, how the fuck are you here? In character, Coast. Okay. You're welcome. I'm going to pick up a rock. I'm going to pick up a rock and I'm going to duct tape it to your bug net so it falls out of your windowsill and you get harassed by insects at 5 in the morning. The person sits back in her seat. The person looks familiar, but Watanabe can't seem to recall who they are no matter how hard he tries. Are you reporting for duty at the Oasis too? The person seems young. They seem well trained. Well trained by Ballard himself. Watanabe senses the same aura in the way this person carries themselves. Smugs. Yes, well, sort of. I mean, I'm actually on my way to see someone. Yep, Ko's kicking him in the brain. Why do I have to deal with this on my first day? Watanabe's brief encounter with the stranger doesn't make a significant impression on him. What happens after he arrives at the camp is enough to mark the day is unusable. Enough of your BS, either you get in a simulation pod yourself or I'll tie you up and put you in. I'll write a report, worst comes to worst. No one bothers reading those things anyways, though, so I usually just ask my lieutenant to write them. I see Ballard trained you for 8 years, huh? Want to tell me what you got? Ah, so that's the justification for the gameplay segment. Boot camp simulation pod room.
Good luck, rookie.
8 minutes and 7 p.m. 7th of April. I am noting this for timeline reasons. Using this, I can calculate the date of the punishing virus outbreak when I drop the date again. Just for change space, everything is so blurry. Forget it. Make it quick. I'm guessing this is when we're going to run into the interrupting coast again. The interrupting coast goes from the coast. That's a motherfucker for sure. And that's Gestalt. Why is Gestalt aura farming? Too slow. Did you fall asleep on the way? I'm moving, old man. Backish, recruit instructor, battle image. I just want to give you more time to warm up. Ah, good boy. I like how arrogant you are. Take this.
You'll regret making an enemy of managing to tag me. Not bad.
Nice. Okay. This frame, what's the core gimmick? Any free pings? Okay. Free ping, each free ping. Target, release attacks, okay.
Managing to tag me. Not bad.
Out. Okay, need my stamina to regenerate.
You'll regret making an enemy of me.
Beat his ass, 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 beat his ass. Nice, I'm impressed.
You'll regret making an enemy of
Harry,
me. Managing
Out.
to attack me. Not bad.
controller.
You'll regret making an enemy of me. Cheap trick.
I'm gonna lose if I don't get serious. Controller. Eh. Carry that. Carry that. Unknown voice. No response. That's... Stay focused. Okay, that's evidence towards them, deep dive. Okay, yep, okay, I think Watanabe. Okay, that's evidence to what Watanabe is in a fucking dying dream. No response.
Cheap tricks. You'll regret
Keep going.
making an enemy
Watanabe.
of me. The will of the blade will
What
tear
is it?
everything apart.
What a rush. Ah! Do. What's going on? Instructor and me? What is it? Give me a second. Okay, 7th of April. I think we got the countdown beforehand. It was 350 days. So 350 days from the 7th of April. Give me a second, I'm doing math. Google tells me March 23rd as Outbreak Day for PGR. March 23rd. Ominous. This is a new frame autonomy. I'll poke the button. What? Oh, that doesn't look. Oh shit. Sneak attack? Shit. System log out. Give me a second. Controller. Didn't work. Oh god. Damn it.
Don't worry about me.
Another guy. Oh fuck. Something fucky's going on here, and I'm not sure what. Okay. Hello, other Watanabe. I'm going to just keep stabbing you and comboing you against the wall. Please hold. How do I do your gimmicks? Okay, fuck it. I'm juggling you. I'm gonna juggle you. Juggle you against the wall if I got to.
I no longer.
Here we go.
Never give up. Never. This dispute is to be settled. Never give up.
Bang, 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 motherfucker.
Forward. Hard work pays off. I no longer.
Okay, we're just gonna press the other Watanabe against the wall, and we're gonna beat him to death.
Hard work pays off. Don't worry about me. Never. This dispute is to be settled. Never give up.
Parry that. Parry that. Parry that.
This dispute is to be settled. Never give up. I'm more than ready.
Shoot his ass.
Pave the way forward.
His mind is reacting. Keep it going. Enhance the connection. Hey! How are you holding up?
Oh, he is in the bad
It's
state
not
of...
working. This is taking too long. Let's disconnect for now.
Okay, so it looks like the... Were those Babylonian soldiers? I couldn't tell which group that was, but... Hey, rookie! Even in complete darkness, Watanabe can see the world around him shaking violently. Finding himself once again in touch with reality, he feels a burning pain. He never knew that injuries sustained in simulation could hurt so much coming back to the real world. He recalls that he was hurt worse than just his face. Wait a second, what are you trying to do? The word that's speaking now sounds shocked. Watanabe recognizes this voice. I'm going to give it another try since I figured I didn't go hard enough just now. I'll go get the medic now. Don't hurt him any more than you have before the doctor gets here. What's that supposed to mean? Hey, glad to see you awake! Right then, Watanabe sees the instructor's big face, muscular arm, and his half-raised hand. Okay, based on what we saw there, it looks like Watanabe's in a coma. Not time travel, Watanabe's in a dream. Okay, that makes sense. What are you doing? I was trying to wake you up since you were out cold. Well, this is kind of an old method if you ask me. Is that why I'm feeling this burning pain on my face? At least it worked wonders. By the way, kid, you fight well. I'll give you that, but you need to work on your willpower. I see you can't stand the sight of blood. Didn't say a thing when I got hit, but you passed out just like that, son. I passed out, but I remember being the last one standing. Ugh. Watanabe feels as though he's been whacked in the head by a sledgehammer, erasing what little was left of his vague memories. He now recalls that he did indeed pass out at the sight of blood. You're right, okay? The director taps Watanabe's forehead with his knuckles, like a squirrel checking to see if an acorn is ripe. I'm fine, so what do we make of the match? Well, I want to feel a damn thing even if we count it as my win. How about another round? This time I'll enable a peaceful filter. Nope, let's just call it your win. Says Watanabe decisively. Being dragged into a senseless duel on his first day gave him a real taste of the lack of discipline and moral decay that Ballard always talks about. Here we are. We're riding through bumpy roads for hours on end. Watanabe steps off the off-road vehicle transporting new recruits. So this is where it all begins. Following his resolution, the promise to his father, and the belief he set out to find. Yeah, I can immediately understand why Ballard is so fucking annoyed by the current state of the military. All worked up, Watanabe's feeling is unsettled, the swirling dust around him. You're Watanabe, right? However, his ambitious thoughts are interrupted by an arm wrapping around him from behind. Come on, let me take you to simulation pods. Let go. Who the hell are you? I'm in charge of this training camp, so you better behave yourself real well, son. Watanabe tries to break free, but finds himself unable to break out of the grapple he's being locked in. No choice but to allow himself to be dragged to the simulation pod room. Hello, Xana. Hello, Xana. Xana? Xana, what the fuck happened? Is your computer okay? Like, did it overheat? I know yours runs hot. Did it, overheat? Just give me a second when I put my fucking water bottle. Ah, shit, it's empty. I gotta go. Okay, after this chapter, I will need to take a moment to go refill my water bottle. What was the last thing you saw, Xana, for recap purposes? What was the last thing you saw? Actually, I'll take the moment to grab the water now as I wait for her to reply. Be right back. Okay, what was the last thing you heard then? Watanabe tries to break free but finds himself unable to break out with the grapple he's being locked in. No choice but to allow himself to be dragged into the simulation pod room. Giving up already? You really want to battle our soldiers? Is this how he trained you? First of all, he told me to always keep a cool head no matter how good I am. Secondly, I'm not one of his soldiers, but I presume you know him quite well since you just brought him up. Ah, okay. So no, I don't need to recap. Okay. Just checking. Of course, The medic is here. Wait. Unknown. Shit, that was an actual character frame. Shit, was that Lucia? I heard someone passed out in the simulation pod and needs help with swelling. When a medic looks at the instructor in Watanabe, she immediately knows what's going on. Instructor Backhouse, I thought I've warned you more than once to not let new recruits enter the simulation pods before undergoing adaptive training. Well, see, kids these days like to play those VR or AR things, right? I thought our simulation pods were kinda like that. This boy should have gotten used to it by now. Fine, it won't happen again. Seeing the medic's increasingly grim face, the muscular man quickly changes his tone. Forget it. What's the rookie's name? Let's register him first. Watanabe. Oh, that's fucking Kame. Wait, no. Kamu. That's fucking Kamu. Never mind. I thought that was Watanabe. I only saw the pale skin. I thought the fact that the hair was bright. I thought that was Lucia. No, that's fucking Kamu. That's fucking Kamu. Original Kame. Holy shit. Hey, edgy boy. Looks like you haven't lost your shit yet. Watanabe. Watanabe only recalls who the rookie next to himself is when he says Watanabe's name. Bruce? Bruce? I don't... It could have been a code name. Kame could have been a code name. I could see them be a fucking gremlin. I could see both of them being the kind of gremlin to do that, seeing as how, gestures to the two of them. Gestures to Kamu being Kamu and Kame being Kame. Hello, can you hear me? My name is Bruce from Islay Islands. I'm Watanabe from Beirut. Small world, you know each other? Well, I guess the algorithm probably matched us thinking we'd end up in the same training camp. Well, let me reintroduce myself. I am Baka's chief instructor of the 2nd Squad at Oasis Training Camp. You can just call me Instructor. He turns to look at Watanabe. How's the uniform Balor took from me earlier? Does it fit? I'm pretty sure Kamu was the original. If I remember, it's been a bit, so I need to remember, but just based on the parallels between Lucia and Alpha, yes, I'm pretty sure Kamu was the original. They were just doing something. Fuck you, some up. 27-4. Cross. Old Unity Monument, 2 p.m. Ballard is now the only one still standing in the once crowded square. Yes, Santa? Having listened to Watanabe's eulogy and Ballard's awakening declaration, soldiers returned to their post, waiting for the signal fire to burn. Ballard places his hand on the monument that's been through the erosion of rain and time and wipes the dust away. No matter how sturdy the material, neglected engravings will gradually blur and grow weathered. I'll consider that. Just how many people still remember the names on this monument? Disaster and oblivion have turned them into ignorable dust. It won't be long now. Ballard whispers, his gaze following his fingers as they trace the weathered monument, as if seeing the past through the years. His gaze finally stops at the base of the monument, where a short inscription where a world for us all, once been, now rusted beyond recognition. World. It won't be long before those deserters face the consequences they deserve. Okay, so Ballard very clearly thinks the Babylonians are deserters. Despite the fact that the High Command, as many soldiers as they could carry, did in fact go up there. I don't think deserters is the right term, but I do think he has a right to be mad. He's just being a dumbass. You want me to step down now? This isn't some ordinary hacker attack or terrorist incident. It's something far more unimaginable. Those riding machines are too dangerous. Military-grade functional armor will only become your iron coffins given the circumstances. Is that power armor? Yes, it's there. Yes, that's the argument. That's a good argument. But Babylonia did in fact come back as soon as they could in fact come back. If they immediately fucked off into space and left Earth to die, I would be 100% on board with the anger. Anger, if I think murder is the wrong solution, but yeah, in this case, it was because the situation was a completely and utterly foobar, and from what we know of the Great Evacuation, the military guys did grab as many fighters as they could, despite the fucking politics. They just couldn't grab everyone. How are humans supposed to fight a steel torrent? Listen to me and step down already. And this must be the early days of the outbreak, when the war looked like it was just machines going crazy. Maybe if it stayed at that, they could have won. They could have won quickly. They could have won about the evacuation. But the virus does not play fair. You're already retired, and there's no need for you to put your life on the line. Think about your daughter, for God's sake. I told you those metal clunks are unreliable. We only have ourselves to count on at the end of the day, but the boys are just too young to see that. Muscular man on the other side of the line slaps his thighs and says proudly, "Bacchus! This isn't some sort of joke. Never thought it was. I mean, the rookies we get these days never waste their time labeling me as old and outdated. Not talking about training right now. These young souls barely just grew out of fighting in armor, and you're trying to put them in initial battles already?" Bacchus' smile fades as he touches the white stubble that's starting to show from lack of grooming. The world government still hasn't figured out who or what the enemy even is, right? The Science Council and the Cosmos Technicians Unions have been analyzing it 24/7. Results should come soon. Apologies, had to sneeze. I don't know much about science, but one thing is clear to me. Those haywire machines can't be left unchecked. Over it's providing analyzable samples for those lab coats protecting civilians, it requires people. That's what the regular ground forces are for. And there I thought the young ones were most dependent on medical pods and functional armor. I train these kids and I know them better than anyone else does. This isn't your responsibility. Bacchus waves his hand, cutting Ballard's short. I know what you want to say. Before this old soldier falls completely out of sync with the times, let me just do a few more things. Sure thing, Dwarf. Take the time you need. What exactly is it think you can do, though? Times have changed. You don't even recognize all those haywire military machines. We all soldiers have always done one thing on the battlefield. Buying time and space for those who come after us. You're right. We're almost out of sync with the times, which is why it should be us who go out at a time like this. The future belongs to the young. As veterans, we have to buy time for the new recruits to grow. You've never seen vets hide behind rookies, have you? Ballard is about to say something when a new message stops him short. I gotta go to meet with some of my longtime associates. Some of my longtime comrades. See ya! Oh, and here's one thing before I go. The kid you sent over is indeed promising. I lost the bet this time. Probably won't get a chance to take my cigars. I was hoping to see you embarrassed. What a shame you don't have your video on. Bacchus! Bacchus! Ballard hears Bacchus again. His name is nothing more than a circuitous line of words swimming in the sea of countless frontline reports. Former Unity hero meta recipient and Oasis Squad 2nd Squad instructor Bacchus passed in the North Plains defense battle. Instructor, so what's happening now? We printed new flyers and distributing the camps in all districts. We should be able to see how that goes in a week. But there are still many who can't believe that boss is dead. Calls to avoid direct conflict with Babylonia have decreased significantly compared to 6 months ago, but haven't completely disappeared. Many of them are veterans who have been around boss for a long time, and their influence shouldn't be overlooked. We won't give up searching for autonomy, but sometimes we do have to prepare ourselves for the worst case scenario. Protect what you can see first, then consider what lies beyond. This is the Forsaken's promise to everyone, and I believe Autonomy would have done the same had he been in my shoes. So what should we do next? Continue with the plan. Morale is at an all-time low now, and wouldn't put it past our enemy to take advantage of the situation to manipulate public opinion against us. Notify all units to be careful around those spreading doubt and undermining our morale. Roger that! And what do we do with the Loyalist? I'll personally talk to them. It's normal to have differing opinions, and sometimes best to address things directly. However, an army can only follow one command strategy. The Lord descends the stairs. The clouds have grown thicker, apparently threatening to block the sunlight forever. Give me a moment. Apologies, biology's being rude, but the sun is brutal. I can't take it. The air distorted by the heat waves, a squad of fully armed soldiers charges through 70-degree sand. It's so hot, I can barely breathe. Physically, Albert with his green hair is the worst in the group, lagging behind and barely keeping up. Hang in there, I'll help lighten your load. Bruce from Islay Islands, known for his good heart and knack for boosting morale, never hesitates to lend a helping hand. Even when his own clothes are soaked with sweat to the point of forming white salt stains. Bruce, don't push it. You don't want to pass out cold in the desert. Sand can burn you to the bone faster than you can scream. Coates, also from Islay Islands, seems to have known Bruce since childhood, always telling him to not overexert himself. 3 kilometers left. The last to speak is Garza, the quiet man. Over the past few days, Watanabe learned that Garza loves mint tea, a specialty of his hometown. I can't do this anymore. Give me a second. Ugh, biology is annoying. Albert! Jeez, why can't you be a little more gentle here, Bruce? Barnaby quickly throws himself on Albert as a cushion to keep him from falling into the sand dunes. And with it, he gets a real taste of what Koichi's meant when he said the sand can burn you to the bone faster than you can scream. But I was being gentle already. Be thankful I know old-fashioned wound treatment and bandaging. Our rules strictly prohibit using medical pods. The past 11 months, Bach has rarely followed the manual to train the squad's mental endurance for controlling military functional armor. Their schedule was packed with endless drills, combat, and shooting practice. Ugh. I suspect the point of Bacchus as a character, based on what we've seen so far, is that he's supposed to be a representation of how the old generation can have their both good points and bad points when it comes to things. That the past shouldn't just be ignored, I assume. Man, Bacchus really needs to get up his game and keep the times. Don't even get me started with the training conditions. But who in the world still does physical training these days? Won't even let us use the medical pods when we're hurt. How did he put it again? When you're in dire danger, you have no one else to count on but yourself. It might be a translation moment. It might be a translation moment. That was the first thing Bacchus said when their remaining three carried two injured comrades to the field base, requesting they use the medical pods. I'm sure he has a reason, so stop complaining. Alright, now that's taken care of. By the way, training's almost over and then it's off to our units. Yeah. Did you change your mind, or are you still thinking about joining ground force to die on the front lines? After nearly 11 months together, these young men have all learned about what they each wanted to do. Albert, Garza, and Watanabe choose to be mercenaries, while Bruce and Coates chose ground force. Bruce once applied to the Air Force for further training, but was repeatedly rejected due to his performance in the balance test. Bruce never told anyone why he made that decision, though Coates, who also came from Islay Island, seems to know something. Watanabe never pries into things people don't want to share. I'm not going to die, I'm going so that fewer people die. Enough about me, what about you? I'm going to be a mercenary once training ends. Probably end up as a bodyguard for some rich people. His voice is tinged with self-mockery. Being wealthy and free, huh? Exactly. Money and survival, that's what humans live for. Here I thought it was because you couldn't stand the sight of too much blood. Don't you get sick when you do? Just as Bruce has his undisclosed reasons, Watanabe also keeps his own secrets. Are you too kind, or are you just a chicken? I'm just not used to it. Once I'm on the battlefield, I'll be fine. During a time as peaceful as this, Watanabe can't seem to find the answer he seeks. I'll look forward to that day, then. Now, give me a moment. I'm gonna grab this as a potential VOD title, as a potential VOD pick. So, give me a moment. But also, Meat Bad. Commander, I need you to review this proposal to modify the starship with a zero-point engine. Since it's top secret, it wasn't sent for the terminal. Shin takes a thick stack of documents. Yep. And starts flipping through while raising a question. I thought the first ignition test for Reactor 1 was scheduled for next month. Are you sure we aren't submitting this proposal a little too early? Give me a second. Yep, I'll be right back. Give me a moment. Okay, I'm back. I thought the first ignition test for Reactor 1 was scheduled for next month. Are you sure we aren't submitting this proposal a little too early? I have the feeling this is the moment where if Dominic's plan is to FTL away from the virus, that it goes heck. Because based on how only the first ignition summoned the punching virus, it was direct action, so first ignition summons the virus, second ignition takes humanity away from it. Only we know the second reactor was never installed on Babylonia. The engineering team seems confident in the project's success. If it weren't for the spaceport's no alcohol policy, it might have started celebrating for champagne when the reactor was completed last month. Oh, speaking of which, please deal with the crew members who smuggled vodka onto the starship as soon as possible. I thought it was dealt with last week. They busted a few more with distilled vodka this time. I'll handle it later. What's the engineering team's reason for wanting to start the modifications so early? They claim adding the zero-point engine's output port isn't a big project. Alien 2 blueprints as a reference. Everything can be modeled after that colonial ship. Since the starship built for defense is structurally simpler than one for pioneering, this modification will be even easier. Well, they must just likely just don't want to fall too far behind Eden 2. I mean, they see themselves as the pioneers of space travel. I bet they still have some pent-up frustration as much as they're convinced by the design of Eden 2. And because of that, I can't approve of this proposal. So we're just going to reject it? Headphones stop being weird, okay. However, considering the Starship fleet will be responsible for guarding Eden 2, I will present this modification plan at the next general meeting. They'll be happy to hear this news. Tell them not to celebrate yet, because the fleet isn't just going to be modified entirely overnight. Also, here's the new disciplinary notice you mentioned earlier. Take it and confine repeat offenders. Roger that. After the lieutenant leaves, Shin looks out the porthole. Give me a second. Headphones, what the fuck are you doing? Okay. Building before him is the Great Wall of Space, built by humans. An 18,750 long spaceport around orbit. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers, technicians, and logistics personnel moving back and forth on the spaceport, maintaining and upgrading 30 starships. Lower orbits are multifunctional satellites, 240 in total, serving as humanity's eyes, ears, and mouths, relaying quintillions of information, establishing a connection between space and Earth. These satellites, spaceports, and starships form a ring, keeping them of our planet within humanity's grasp. Our planet was once both a cradle and a cage for mankind, binding everyone to the ground with gravity and the ecosystem. But humanity is about to conquer it. Humanity's current achievements are just the prelude to zero-point energy. Hey, what you looking at, tall guy? Really, the emoji? Tall, fully armed soldiers taken by surprise when spoken to. Jade can't see the soldier's face under his helmet, but the drone by his side faithfully displays his reaction. Oops, sorry, didn't mean to scare you. Researchers at the space station are used to how quiet he is, relying on his drone to communicate. After years of working together, the researchers already know him so well that they understand what he means with a single facial expression. Drone. We really gotta stop facing out. We'd have been in deep trouble if it were the security chief. Worried. Hey, tall guy. See if you return to guard this place again today? Affirmative. Asking researcher gives him a high five. Technically, the International Space Station doesn't need security personnel, which is why the entire security department consists of only 3 people. Besides security, they also handle sanitation, transportation, and other miscellaneous tasks. There isn't much to do, and with his naturally friendly personality, Tall Guy quickly became acquainted with all the researchers, becoming something of a mascot. You seem to like this spot by the porthole, because you can see the spaceport? What, do you find the space station too boring and want to apply to be a Starship crew member? No. Alright, stop teasing him. Tall Guy, we're heading to the lab. We should have lunch together. Shy wave. After to leave, the unnamed soldier looks out the porthole again. He isn't actually looking at the starships or the spaceport, but at space itself. The girl who once described spacewalking to him had said this: "It's like floating in water, but without the omnipresent pressure squeezing your body and organs. Carefree, unrestrained. You wonder what that really feels like, whether he ever get a chance to experience it." Hmm. 700 meters underground, the Science Council. Gestalt's dim blue light shines in Heart's face. Each flicker of light is the quintillion calculations done. Done. Last character entered. Gestalt completes another self-check. Let's see, half an hour to go. Think I'll just rest here for a while. Leaning against a nearby cable, Heart looks up at this brain of the Golden Age. The massive quantum computer integrates almost all of humanity's knowledge and information. From Starship blueprints to lessons for the chicken and rabbit puzzle, all of human civilization's wisdom is stored in but one place. Supported by its immense computation power, the operations of the Golden Age society became orderly. Construction of zero-point reactors to birth degrees for citizens, Gestalt can be seen supporting all social operational mechanisms, which is why people also call it a miracle of humanity. And now, with its powerful computation power, Project Zero-Point Energy is about to leap from paper to reality. Its title would soon become humanity's first miracle. Researchers, however, don't think that Gestalt will hold this title permanently, because they're sure that new miracles are down the road when humans enter a new interstellar domain. Better check it again. Heart turns off the alarms he set and stands up once more. The dim blue light flashes once more, illuminating the deep well entirely. "20 days until the punishing virus outbreak." Uh-oh. 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 Before the outbreak. 27-5. How much progress am I making for because where I'm at? Oh, 12%. Oh, this is gonna take a bit. You rascals, better not disgrace me in your new units. I can't breathe. Bruce, move over a bit. You're asking for the impossible. Damn, can't push him away. How strong is this guy exactly? I stopped struggling a while ago. On the training ground, Bacchus wraps his muscular arms around the 5 of them, hugging them tightly. 5 heads of different colors are squeezed together like the folds on a bun, each showing varying degrees of pain. Today marks the last day of training for Autonomy and his team. Their year-long training at the camp has come to an end. It's time for everyone to part ways. Alright, for this memorial last day, I'm heading to HQ to get you all something special. Just before Albert passes out, Bacchus lets go of his arm and vanishes in a flash. I thought I was gonna die. Here, have some mint tea. Thank you. Albert accepts the canteen from Garza, while Bruce passes his back to help him catch his breath. With that green hair, you might have a hard time catching the eye of those rich folks. Not too late to switch careers. Goethe sounds harsh but sincere. No, like you and Bruce, I'm preparing to join the ground force. Regular army is 100 times tougher than the mercs. Plus, there's the elimination process. I'm serious! You're barely just getting by the way you are. Gurgle. Albert takes a big gulp of mint tea and lets out a deep breath. Bacchus is quite the maverick and places a strong emphasis on how we do the physical test. Most of the regular army cares more about whether we know how to operate the military functional armor. With it, they all look at the warehouse where the armor is stored. A thin layer of sand is accumulated in front of the door. A sign hasn't been opened in quite some time. Actually, it's Bacchus who gave me this piece of advice. Not exactly a big fan of the armor, but he gave me this piece of advice anyway when he knows how tough my neural resilience is. I know much I suck, but Bacchus never gave up on me. He even made life easier for me. You guys better not tell him what I just said, because he made it clear he didn't want me to bring up the special treatment to anyone. Oh, understood. Why are you all looking at me like that? He told you to? I think he said the same thing to you guys too? Was it just 2 days ago? Yep, verbatim. Wait. Autonomy places a hand on Albert's shoulder and says earnestly, Greenhead, Bacchus doesn't dole out special treatment to just anyone. He only does it with his subordinates. He suggested I apply for the Navy. Barzal speaks in a muffled voice before adding a remark. Interesting, he thought I could live out to sea when he's only seen me living in this desert. His advice to me was similar. 2 days, he approached me and asked if I wanted to try applying for the Air Force. Yet there's generally no chance of seeing blood, except I think the statement is probably only half true. Bruce, what about you? Bruce hesitates for a few seconds before he speaks. He said I'd fare just fine going anywhere except for the Air Force. Bruce breaks into a wry smile. Bruce? With it, the air seems to grow heavy, because they all know how badly Bruce wants to get into the Air Force. Only Bruce himself and Koichi's, however, know what's driving Bruce's obsession. Piece of advice is nothing more than a piece of advice, though. Nobody says you need to do as told. You have to walk your own path. What Baka said makes a lot of sense, though. I'll give it some serious thought. I'll go pack my things first. After Bruce leaves, the remaining free turn to look at Koichi's. Don't look at me like that. There's some things I can't explain. Ask Bruce yourself if you're that curious. How'd you know I was here? Hearing footsteps from behind him, Bruce asked without turning around. There aren't many places around here for sightseeing, so it wasn't hard to find you. Oh, and Koichi said you saw you heading this way, of course. I see you picked up Baka's sense of humor there. Well, he's not back yet and can't hear us, so did you find it funny? The fact you tried to tell a joke anyways is more amusing. And I won't tell any more jokes going forwards. Watanabe sits down next to Bruce and hands him another canteen. Here, Kurosawa's mint tea. I'll have to thank him when we get back. Bruce opens the canteen and the rising steam carries the fragrant scent of mint into the night sky. You're welcome. Kurosawa told me to say that because he knew you'd thank him. Guess I did ruin the fun for you guys back there, huh? Bruce smiles self-deprecatingly. Yeah, Greenhead thinks it's all because he started it, and he feels too guilty to find you. I really tried to talk him out of it. So Watanabe, why did you come here? Bruce sets down the canteen and looks up at the sky. I'm just here to give you the tea. Whether I stay or not is up to you. Let me tell you a story. I have this friend who... Silence falls over the conversation. You know what? Forget it. At this point, there's no need to hide anything. Bruce looks embarrassed, which is extremely uncommon. Watanabe, would you find someone a coward for taking the same path their parents did? What was the belief that Mom left behind? So many people in the world, why did it have to be her? I think you, Dad, understand Mom of all people. Trust that you can answer that question. I think this wall of experience will always stand between us no matter how hard you try to explain it to me. Which is why I figured if I became a soldier, even just a merc, I'd come closer to understanding Mom. I think there's no right or wrong in pursuing something, it's just a process, not the end goal. We heard of the story where it's a bunch of monkeys trying to scoop up the moon from the water. You mean the story where the monkeys form a ladder off a tree with their bodies and try to scoop the moon's reflection out of the water? Whether it was 7 or 8 monkeys, whether it was a well or a puddle, I can't remember. I don't remember if there were 7 or 8, but the point is that they end up with nothing. And it makes sense that those monkeys end up with nothing when they never have what it takes to get to the real moon. You think you were one of those then? Well, I suppose you know what this moon I'm chasing is, right? I'm trying to go down the same path my dad went down. He was an ace pilot. I've admired him since I was a kid and aspired to be like him. I'm not one of those kids who think they just have to do something to outshine their dads because they think their dads are such hot sauce. I do want to be greater than my dad too, but it's just because I want to be great. He told me what it feels like to soar through the sky. I want to get a taste of what that feels like too. I want to make him proud. But you know I don't have the talent. No matter how much I've trained, I've never got my sense of balance up to snuff. It dawned on me quite a while ago that I just didn't have what it takes. When my dad stopped teaching me maneuvers and techniques so I wouldn't get overstressed. I've kept asking myself if he'd given up on me, and if I should just give up. He pushed out his hand as if trying to grasp the right moon in the sky. But I guess it's all starting to just make sense now. Why am I wasting so much time trying to scoop the moon from the water when I know it's mission impossible? The two fall silent, taking their time to digest those words. Might have come from different backgrounds. Right at this moment, they find themselves in such similar circumstances. Give me a moment. Where did my water bottle? One of them tries to go down the same path his father did, knowing full well that he doesn't have the talent it takes. The other tries to understand his mother's will, which he finds difficult living in a world so peaceful. Could it be that Bruce is right for thinking that they're going nowhere? Even if you resolve to move past your wounds, never forget that they existed and that you're doing this to move on towards the future. Watanabe suddenly recalls what his father said on his birthday. Didn't quite understand what his father meant then. Seeing Bruce struggling now, Watanabe seems to have reached an eureka moment all of a sudden. He looks at the moon in the sky. No matter where you are, it always shines equally into the eyes of those who gaze upon it. Well, can't really say you don't have a point there. Boy, you honest son of a... I don't think you're wrong for wanting to go down that path. Wanting to pursue that light, that is. Watanabe strings his thoughts in the words, trying to get his message across. We chase the moon in the water because it is beautiful in itself. There's nothing wrong with wanting to get closer to it. That sounds like what someone would say to themselves when they just don't have what it takes to get what they want. Well, he raises his fist, as if capturing the moon in the sky. I don't think you need to have an end goal in sight when you try to pursue the moon. As his fist opens, the moonlight, which was blocking with his hand, shines through his eyes through his fingers. Hello, Dwarf, welcome back. I have realized I need to clean my water bottle in the morning, or maybe flat out after stream, blah. That's always a process and annoying. It'll always be there, whether you try to pursue it or not. Never lost, never hidden, and always shining. The moon in the water is a reflection of its light. That means this light that shines upon us now is the very same moonlight, no? As long as you don't turn away and walk into the darkness, no matter what we'll do, no matter what we do, we'll always be in its light. Tommy finally sees his mother left behind more than just epitaphs and deeds. Cemetery where she rests in peace, her steadfast belief echoes through. And when Watanabe overcomes his fears and chose to join the military, that belief was passed down. Now sees that he doesn't need to be in his mother's shoes to understand her, nor does he need to arrive at the same end he did, so long as he keeps his head straight and keeps heading down the same path. You're only saying these things because you've owned up to the failure that you were. It's hard to let something go, and you've become too invested in it. I really need to learn from you as far as that goes. He closes his eyes and remains silent for a moment, struggling internally. But I'll give it a try. I'll start by talking to my dad again. Thank you, Watanabe. Was gonna say the same. Exchange glances and raise your canteens. Cheers! They choke on the hot water in their canteens. Let's go. The ignition ceremony of the 0-point reactor is taking place today. I don't really know what it's all about, but people have all gathered around the big screen. Let's go and join the fun. Ah. It's Doomsday. 30 seconds until ignition of 0-point reactor 1. 30 seconds until the end of days. Bit higher? Yes, just like that. That's it. Any higher and I'll hit the ceiling. Alright, stop micromanaging. See, poor tall guy doesn't know what to say now because of you. Say that again after you get off his left arm. Cafeteria of the International Space Station, a huge projection screen is live streaming the first ignition of the zero-point reactor. Almost everyone on the space station, regardless of their duty or how busy they are, have gathered here. What are you guys doing out here when they used to prefer to rot in the lab? No one wants to miss the ignition, I presume. Thanks to this, the two who arrived late because their shift had that tall guy to lift them up. I say, why not just switch the cabin to zero gravity mode? Pretty sure to be able to use the space more effectively that way. Forget it. You're not going to rebalance the gravity fluid afterward, are you? Shh, the countdown is starting. 15 seconds until ignition of zero-point reactor 1. This is Spotted Deer. Area A2 is all clear. Area B2 all clear. One stealth drone shot down in Area C-1 anomalies all cleared. A total of 26 monitoring zones completely cover the area within 2 kilometers of Reactor 1. Security Intelligence Bureau has deployed half of its elites to ensure the ignition is free from interference. Continuous reports streamed to the command vehicle for the communication channels as the newly appointed Director of Security Intelligence Bureau personally oversees the operation. Oh. That's why Ballard radicalized so hard. Oh. He was there. He was in charge of security. Oh my god, he probably fucking blames the entire war on his own failures. Oh, that explains everything. Stay sharp and keep an eye out for the surroundings, especially the areas covered in vegetation. We don't want to let anyone in who's trying to wreak havoc here. 10 seconds till ignition of zero-point reactor 1. I thought you'd be in the front row for something like this. I was going to, except my secretary couldn't handle all the paperwork. This will surely be one of those regrets I take to the grave, right? Pillard opens a bottle of red wine, the label still intact, and pours it into 2 goblets. Fancy a glass? I didn't know you drank. Well, now you do. 'Tis a day worth celebrating. 1 glass shouldn't get me drunk, right? Pillard checks the alcohol contents again. I even consulted a doctor about this. Don't waste the doctor's time with those silly questions. There's still work tomorrow. Work ain't gonna stop just 'cause I'm celebrating. Pillard raises his glass. To tomorrow. Sound of glass clinking echoes crisply. The red liquid swirls under the light. Five seconds until ignition of zero-point reactor 1. Father, can you hear me? What is it? I have something to... Hey, Bruce? Zero-point reactor 1. Ignited. And so a bullet from on high is fired into the heart of humanity's order and the hopes and dreams of everyone upon Earth. Punishing virus outbreak. Quick news, quick remind. Yeah, I like this a lot because previously the only looks we got of the Golden Age were the bad parts, the issues, the flaws. And now we see everything else. Yeah, my thoughts exactly. Considering how once the zero-point reactor and Atlantis was turned on or the one on the moon was turned on, and neither of those began shitting out punishing virus? This wasn't... We know the virus was very clearly hostile action. How targeted it was, has become significantly more clear because, previously it seemed like it was just something potentially lurking in the, fundamentals of the universe or whatever. But it only showed up in one reactor. And only once. And then that reactor exploded. That's not a law of the universe taking action. That's hostile action. Somebody did that. I'm not sure who it was. I'm not sure if it was the observers, some other stupid alien race with a fucking ego or whatever. Because all we know... But, whoever it was, I hope we get to meet them, so I get to put a bullet in their eyes. It could be a bootstrap loop, however, it have to be a very specific one. All that we haven't seen a matter gone back in time yet. We haven't seen a matter gone back in time yet outside of the Hetero Hive Tower with these time loops, which might have just been simulation nonsense. But all the time travel, all the proper time travel we've seen so far seems to be the moving of data, information. Moving somebody's mind back in time, not sending the entire person back in time. Then again, the punishing virus then again... But the holographic theory is true. Shit, you're right. And the punishing virus is clearly the work of something a lot higher on the tech tree. There's no fucking way in hell it was Kurno. There was no fucking way in hell it was Kurno. You want to know why why I know it was Kurno? If it was Kurno, the first reactor to be ignited wouldn't have been reactor 1. It would have been in the one in Atlantis to immediately trigger the red tide. And pour gasoline on the punishing virus's evolution for the purpose of immediately mastering the Ascension Network as soon as possible. So it couldn't have been them. They couldn't have made it, and if they found it and they couldn't have found it somewhere either, because again, if it was them, they would have politicized to put the reactor in the ocean for well, what I just said. So I doubt it's Kurno's fault. I don't know how the punishing virus got in the reactor, but I know it wasn't Kurno. They're crazy, but they're not stupid. They would have handled this entire ignition sequence differently if it was them. Also, that shit would have left evidence. That shit would have left evidence, and if there was evidence that Kurno caused the outbreak, there would be no more Kurno. Everyone else on the planet would have teamed up and killed them down to the last fucking man. Just complete and utter murder. To this day, Ballard still remembers that fateful day. At first, when the lights went out, communications were silent and the machine shut down. People thought it was just a massive power overload or a major electromagnetic interference. However, when the blue light turned crimson and the rebooted machines bared their fangs, humanity, having finally realized what they were up against, had already missed the chance for self-rescue. But, like, no. The circumstances at Ground Zero, if I remember correctly, were basically perfect for spreading the virus, but not pouring gasoline on its evolution. As far as we know, the optimal place for viral spread to have done it would have been the Atlantis reactor, because, red tide, bad. And the reactor fucking exploded and filled the planting, and the planting virus got in like the entire atmosphere in like 24 hours. Considering the filtering, I don't think the virus is meant to be a weapon. Not unless this is a fucking test exercise or something. Yeah. Yeah, and with how the AskNet talks about filtering and the gigantic fucking data dump that got slapped on Alpha's face in wintry shackles, I don't think it's meant to be I don't think its purpose is to be a weapon. I don't think this is meant to be a weapon, but I'm not sure if it's a test either. I have a theory. Dorf, you brought up Eclipse Phase. So you know the theory that the Exsurgent virus, that the horrible Doomsday virus of that setting is actually the various forks of the civilization of the stupid advanced civilization that made it? I'm going to raise that theory. And then I'm going to point towards the hetero creatures and how they are evolving towards intelligence and sentience. And how Vonnegut knows something terrible will happen if they're left to evolve uncontrolled. I'm wondering if it's a colonization tool. That first iteration of the flood, right before the halos were first fired, right? Yeah. Yeah, and I'm not sure if everything burns to the point. If everything burned was the point, if everything burned was the point, I feel like it would move quicker. The punishing virus wants the planet intact. If the point was everything burns, it would just go complete grey goo and just eat the planet, and it doesn't eat the planet. Which is why I'm thinking it might be some sort of fucked up hypertech colonization tool. Oh, it could be it could be dying miserably. That is fair. That is fair. That is on the table. I'm not sure if that would. Dying. I'm not sure if dying miserably would fit with a would would fit with AskNet then in the AskNet then because AskNet is very much wants to take a swing at entropy if I remember correctly. So we're missing something. We're missing something, which makes sense because this is a tech that is horrifically deep in the fucking ArkosDawn law, and based on the new Philo tree bits, might be literally through ArkosDawn law into this is just straight up magic now. Safety measures became the danger itself. Haywire armor turned into coffins for the soldiers, and crazed drones hunted down every living thing within their camera's view. When Ballard led the security team armed with non-intelligent light weapons and encountered the escaping crowd, they realized the area around the reactor had become a death zone. The red plague spreading from the reactor core not only drove machines mad, but could also dissolve flesh. Yet more than half the people hadn't managed to escape. They were either possibly dead or still hiding in some temporary safe room where the red plague would eventually come for and devour them. Wearing the last remaining protective suits, Ballard led the suicide squad into the red zone. 3 hours. This is as much time as they had to save the day. Because after that, even the protective suits would lose their effectiveness. The distance one can move before being killed by the red plague was shrunk to just 10 meters, rendering the operation meaningless. Ballard had to use his remaining 3 fingers to signal a retreat. In this rescue, he lost his entire right hand, half of his left, his right calf. Moreover, his vocal cords, respiratory tract organs were severely damaged. Of the 68 members who formed the Suicide Squad, only 4 survived. Ironically, they only managed to save 4 people. When he was rescued from the brink of death, he learned that his close friend was about to head to the front lines. He didn't try to dissuade him. I think it's because Ballard is a fucking hero unit. I think that's why. Instructor, they're here. Got it. Ballard, breaking from his memories, stands up and walks towards the door. I'm going to try and talk them out of it. Watanabe would never forget those days. On the 3rd day of the communications blackout, Bacchus returned from headquarters with bad news. It seemed that the communication blackout wasn't just at the Oasis camp, but something that was happening on a global scale. That's also a very important factor. The virus's first move was to disrupt communications across the entire globe. And while that could just be something programmed into it, how complicated the virus is makes me wonder. AskNet has a voice. Is that voice the voice of the virus, or something else? Worst of all, none of the 240 satellites in orbit were operational. People believed that something had gone awry when zero-point energy was initiated. All training programs paused, everyone went into wartime mode, supplies came under wartime control. Defense lines were erected, patrols organized, and potential attacks prepared for. Day 15. The efforts of the tech soldiers, they finally received the first broadcast from the world outside on a new frequency. They learned about this new virus called the Punishing and what it was capable of. That day, all high-tech equipment, including functional armor, was destroyed, leaving only non-intelligent light weapons and a few old howitzers for scientific demonstrations. Well, that's been alluded to before, I guess, but that explains the confusion about how Genevieve got the fuck out in her chapter. They had a lot of their people burned a good chunk of their tech just to survive the virus. The camp's defensive capabilities were reduced by over 90%. Day 30. Communication was basically restored, establishing stable contact of headquarters and command. However, during the time of communication, humanity suffered heavy losses fighting on their own. Corrupted machines devoured human territory at an alarming rate. Day 48. Instructor Bacchus was summoned to the Northern Front and never returned. Day 60. The Oasis Squad received orders to advance to the snowy plains to rescue trapped civilians. Encountering a large number of corrupted, the recon team ran out of ammo and all perished. During the rescue, acting leader Bruce single-handedly held off the corrupted for 6 hours and died a hero. He no longer got the chance to say what he wanted to his father. Day 69. The trapped civilians are successfully relocated to City 173. Acting leader Autonomy determined that with the current manpower and equipment, they can no longer hold the camp, applied to change course to nearby City 175 to seek supplies and search for survivors. The plan was approved. Day 73. The Oasis Squad arrived at City 175 and began searching for supplies and survivors. Day 75. They found a large amount of light weapon supplies, food, and medicine. Dispatching some members to escort these back to safety, Autonomy continued to lead the remaining members to search for survivors. Day 80. To their surprise, they discovered a factory occupied by the Punishing that was pumping out corrupted machines. They managed to blow up the factory through a stealth operation, but the operation attracted most of the corrupted in the city. Day 81. In retreat, they came across 2 survivors, one of whom was a child. Okay, who's the kid? Who's the kid? Day 97. City 175, 10 in the morning, 49 minutes. Quiet, Captain is still sleeping. Oh, sorry. It's okay, time to go. We haven't slept much since we were summoned round by the corrupt attracted by the explosion. But you haven't slept much ever since we were surrounded by the corrupt attracted by the explosion. What's the sit rep? Not many corrupted ahead. Can evacuate for the subway station. Half-month siege is finally gonna end. Have a good sleep when we're back. Remember to wake up. Autonomy, can we finally get out? Joeys. Autonomy, current captain. Not many corrupted ahead. Now's the best chance. Great. Stop making noises, stomach. Try to hold it. Can I just give you your last rations yesterday? You. It's fine. Take it. Thank you, Autonomy. Let's go. Cover the civilian retreat. Fight the enemies. Protect the city.
Attack me.
Just keep swinging, just keep swinging, just keep swinging. Just keep swinging, just keep swinging, just keep swinging. Just keep swinging. Everyone get his ass, everyone get his ass, everyone get his ass.
The will of the blade will tear everything apart.
We're safe for now. Just need to evacuate from the subway station. Stay sharp. Ambush! Oh, it's corrupted. Let's distract it. Captain, you go with the citizens first. Autonomy for your teammates. The corrupted seems hard to deal with. No, fuck the refugees. Nope. Is this the end? We bought enough time, right? Bring it on! You're not. No, you are not killing them. Just keep stabbing it. Just keep.
You'll regret making an enemy.
This is nothing a comically large amount of knives can't solve. Ow.
Chief chose my ineptitude.
Ow.
Got us into this mess.
I mean, it makes sense for Fragile. We're technically still human. He's technically hit it. Ultimate. Die. Kill it. Kill it. I knew we could always count on you, Captain. Go meet up with the others. Captain, sight. It still happened. Corrupt came out of nowhere and stormed the place. Couldn't save them. Sometimes you just can't be in two places at once. What is this place? Just take it as the inside of a mirror. Who are you? I know how you feel. It's quite common. Most of them have come and I missed it. Autonomy, wake up! Still doesn't work. Fuck up, go with the civvies? Shit. Yeah, that was an asshole. That was an asshole. Hide behind me. Autonomy! I will in fact argue that was an asshole, but also it's the kind of asshole I could see happening because, you know, war. Pin it against the wall and stab it in the guts. Come on, let me fucking matrix your attack, shithead. Wait.
You'll regret making an end.
Bang that gun all you want, I'm gonna fucking cut you up. No, I think this is Watanabe tormenting himself with guilt in his coma. No, controller? Controller, do not fucking lock up when the fucker is doing Sandy bullshit. Okay. Thank you, Sahab. Go with him. I've got to save my teammates. Don't sleep, damn it! Wake up! Why can't you just wake up? Ah, then just whistle. Always pick people up, right? You... Captain, we've bought enough time, right? Oh, that's a grenade! They died of dignity. I used to wonder what is more important, life or duty. Choose again if you're still hesitating. Keep trying, keep failing. There has to be a way to save everyone. You ended up picking the most irrational path. Come here! I alone am enough. Bring it on, I can do this all day.
You'll regret making an enemy of me. Cheap tricks. The will of the blade will tear everything apart.
Judgment cut. Just keep wailing on it, just keep wailing on it.
You'll regret.
Beat the fuck out of it, beat the fuck out of it, beat the fuck out of it.
Cheap tricks.
Come on, you ugly son of a bitch.
Weak. The will of the blade will tear everything apart.
Oh, that doesn't sound good. Am I dying? To some extent, yes. How are they? Doesn't matter. Looks proves that my death would be meaningful. Sometimes things don't change due to individual will. We always dream of sacrificing ourselves for the best result and end up proving it. Life holds many regrets. Sometimes we have to accept it. Our own will is small. If we're affected by it, can change the future. Still failed. You guys. I did everything I could. Don't blame yourself, Captain. There's no way to find a perfect ending among a bunch of bad choices. How could I leave you behind when you chose to stay, Captain? Anatomy, thank you for saving that kid. I believe that kid grew up to be a good adult under your influence. Time to face the reality. Oh, Watanabe's waking up, I think. We know this is a fucking coma dream. New frame time! Yep. False Soulless teetered on the brink of collapse. Before the body became ethereal, the pain came first. So this is the truth. His knees are quickly becoming feeble. Having found a way out, the blood in his body pours towards his chest. Oh, that does not look good. Yeah. Back then, I wasn't... Yeah. Only one thing could have happened when you were ambushed by a corrupted of that size. Death. But I'm still alive because... As this thought went through his head, his hands, having gone numb, felt the weight and warmth of the young life that he was holding tightly in his arms. Right, at least I need to get him out. Suddenly, desperate cries filled the air. Mr. Watanabe! Mr. Watanabe! Don't die! Don't die! How big of a problem were they? That sounds like a massive problem. How big of a problem were they? Mr. Watanabe, don't die, don't die. A small hand pressed against the gaping wound in his chest. Couldn't stop the wind from passing through. Is it really the wind? The blood! It won't stop. It's not my fault. You did it all just for me. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. I did it because this is my responsibility. A vow I made to myself. They would have done the same, no? It was then that Watanabe noticed 5 blurry shadows behind him. one with a severed arm. Bruce, did you come to get me? He could hear the child's cries as death stood silently behind him. The gaze of both the living and the dead focused on Watanabe, who was teetering on the edge of life and death. With it, he made his choice. So they could have been a problem, but they didn't because Kirk happened, is what I'm hearing. Just let me finish this, at least. He tried to lift his already cold legs, breaking out of his chaotic thoughts the moment his decision was made. Go away, go away! Gaining consciousness from a brief daze, he saw the kid picking up stones and hurling them forcefully behind him. They're not the souls of the dead, but a few broken, corrupted. Run! Watanabe's lips moved, producing a faint sound. The sound of blood rushing through his veins echoed in his ears. The life gradually left him, returning to the black soil. Go away, go away! The child's anger was tinged with fear and trembling. That sounds terrifying. How did they kill that? Run, even if it's just you. As the sound of metal dragging on the ground grew closer, the child went from trembling with anger to looking on with fear. He dropped the stone and grabbed Watanabe's hand, trying to drag him away. How in the world was a starving child supposed to move an adult? Someone, please, save him. Get down! Watanabe's eyes closed before gunfire drowned that voice he couldn't be more familiar with. That is in fact an understandable emergency button. That is in fact an understandable emergency button. Okay. Okay, looks like we have enough time for one more chapter. The Great Transfer. The Great Evacuation. The Birth of the Forsaken. Fitting to end it on this. Right angle pliers. Watch the hydraulics. He wanted to open his eyes, but only managed a small slit through which he saw nothing but blinding white light. Feel his body being cut open and replaced, but there was no pain. Only occasional words reached his ears, reminding him this wasn't a dream. Boneshaw, how's his mind signal? Stable? Mind. When he heard the term, he felt as though a sea had appeared before his eyes. A sea. Like the sea of consciousness brought up with the philo tree stuff? Oh, Kuro's been laying the stones for this for a while, haven't they? Oh, they've been laying the stones for this for a while, haven't they? But the sea was like a dead pool, with no waves and no flow. That's ominous. See. Suddenly a point of light appeared in the dead silence, like a lighthouse on the sea. They stood firm in the center of the sea, guiding a ship to an unknown destination. The lost ship slowly approached, gradually surfacing from beneath the water. His consciousness is fluctuating again. Bump up the connection. I'm sure we can wake him up. Two more people said something, but Watanabe couldn't make out what they were saying. He tried to grasp something, but the whirlpool of memories pulled him in harder still. His consciousness sank beneath the surface again. When he opened his eyes again, he was lying on a hospital bed, but instead of common medical equipment or IV tubes, he found himself hooked up to some strange machines he had never seen before. Feeling somewhat lightheaded, he patted his head out of force of habit, and heard a metal-like clink. He looked at his palm with confusion, thinking he could remove the word like. Tried to move his fingers. The mechanical structure of the spherical joint in his body moved as he willed. Hello, Ori! Hello, Ori! We are currently getting we have gotten a shit ton of lore about the, pre-punishing virus days of the, days of the setting. So it looks like the Golden Age was not in fact made out of pyrite. Also, we've got more implications of somebody fucking around TM in the previous days to set up the outbreak, because virus only popped up in one reactor, popped up in one reactor, and for some reason, the head science guy TM period was being very pushy on we need FTL, but we need FTL. Not becoming a modal, not anything else. No, we need FTL, which makes me think he knew the virus was coming and was trying to get people out of the blast radius. No, things it turned out did not suck. There were issues, but it was getting better. But it was getting better and trying to be good. Looks like you're pretty much now awake. The voice you'd recognize instantly came from the side. Ballard, is it really you? Who else do you think you're talking to now? But a humanoid figure made entirely of metal and synthetic skins leaned against the wall by the bed. He recognized the lat face, except it felt strange and a bit frightening. And now we're seeing him. So Watanabe, a leader of the Forsaken, has been in a fucking coma dream this entire time, dreaming about his past and memories of the memories leading up to the present, including his relationship with his mentor Ballard, who is in the present day has led a funeral. I'm putting that in air quotes for obvious reasons for Watanabe, and is trying to push the Forsaken to go to war with Babylonia, when the heterozone full of punishing ecosystem and intelligent punishing creatures is right fucking there. So I'm expecting we're going to be hit with a deep and bitter betrayal by this. But the Golden Age surprisingly didn't suck. You should probably check yourself out in the mirror first. Watanabe lifted his head, seeing his reflection in the mirror on the wall. Body of machinery, a barcode imprinted on his forehead, and eyes of different colors. We had a bit of an emergency, and things went a bit awry when we tried to make your body. Wait. A bit awry. Eyes of different color. Exactly what Dwarf said, and then the virus hit. And then the virus hit on what was supposed to be the ability to go FTL. Now, I just realized what Watanabe is the multicolored eye thing. Dwarf. So we know Luna turned into an Ascendant immediately during her construct surgery. Do you think that almost happened with Watanabe? Because Weird Eyes is an AskNet thing. They do that a lot. I know you're still feeling confused, which is why I'm bringing you up to speed here. Your guys delivered supplies to the camp and never saw you return, so they went ahead and reported your disappearance to the command post. Yeah, it could be low on parts. It could be AskNet making a move and then not realizing it. Let's see what Ballard says. For that, there was a huge explosion in City 175, and the staff figured that you were likely trapped in the city by the Rite of Corrupted. I happened to be on my way back to headquarters. I was about to pass by the outskirts of the city. It was naturally upon me to save you. I know what you're thinking. The child has been sent to the safety zone. The remains of those who've been passed were found and cremated a few days ago. Noticing Watanabe wanted to say something, Ballard answered his questions before he even asked. Now, here's the important part. You were too severely injured for emergency treatment to be effective. So I went ahead and picked construct modification for you, thinking this would give you a better chance of survival. Construct is that a new type of prosthetic modification? Similar but different. He clenches his metal hand, similar to Watanabe's. With the most advanced prosthetic modifications, you'd be able to at least keep important biological materials like your brain and part of your neurons. But it's different when you're turned into a construct, because with it, all of your body parts are replaced with metallic components. We are still driven by electrical signals, but the part that sends out these signals is this complex structure they call the mind, and not your brain. That's about it. I don't know specifics since I'm not a scientist. or with how the mind works, they would in fact have to put that down there. They would have to put that down there. If mind stability is a whole thing you have to manage, that's why commandants exist. If you give somebody dysphoria in a construct frame, they're going to go absolutely fucking crazy, and then the punishing virus is going to roll up, tap them on the shoulder, and go, "Hey, you want to kill people? Oh, I already put myself in you before you said anything." And then you have a problem. Like, this was, like... It's to the point that Cerberus's feral laboratory child, TM 21, gets issued with her frames when they're too human, because her mind is such a fucking mess from being a mad science feral child. There is tech for more divergent frames, but that's not Babylonia's specialty. The faction that specializes in that sort of thing is the ARU, the Arctic Route Union. And it's playing with fire because they tried to make what was basically a Demon Lord robot. She took one look at the weapon of mass destruction they turned her into, freaked the fuck out, took control of the army they were going to give her, and then tried to kill them all before the virus got her. But they're still pretty good, but they're still the best with the tech. Does that still make me? You couldn't help but think of the classic Theseus's paradox. Well, you see, the punishing virus is weak to the cold, so they were underestimating the virus and figured it'd be over in, like, a decade at most. And so they figured that during the post-virus age, when shit was recovering, they could pull out this gigantic fancy robot army and use it to roll over everyone who didn't have who had their industry bases fucked up by the virus and take over. They were idiots. When all the wood that makes up a ship is replaced, is it still the same ship? I wouldn't worry about that. Will what you intend to do change just because you're no longer flesh and blood? Will the people you save stop thinking you and more than the chunk of flesh that you once were? Lord grabs Watanabe's shoulder, forcing him to look him into the eyes. Modification isn't going to negate what we've done, neither is it going to change what we seek. We're beings of experience, and we've been leaving footprints behind since the day we were born. Modification is just part of that journey. Someone may hinder your future, but no one can truly take away your past. Geez, when did you become so philosophical? I ain't. I've just got more time to adapt and think than you have. I mean, I would have signed that consent form for you if my own modification had been a failure. Feeling better? Yeah. Great. Let me get down to the second thing on the list then. Let's go over Watanabe's shoulder and sits on the chair by the hospital bed. I'm setting up an intelligence department consisting entirely of constructs and would like you to be a part of it. I thought you were already the director of the Security Intelligence Bureau now. Ballard shakes his head. The Security Intelligence Bureau lost so many people at the beginning of the catastrophe that it's practically defunct now. Oh, by the way, Ballard, back when he was human, the injuries that required him becoming a construct was so he grabbed like 99 other guys, went into ground zero on day one to try and save as many people as he could. He and 3 other guys of the Suicide Squad survived, and they rescued 4 people. The Bureau lost so many people at the beginning of the catastrophe that it's practically defunct now. Besides, I wasn't planning on adding new personnel. Can't find suitable candidates, I presume. Just sensing some change in the times. The fact is, construct capabilities have far surpassed humans. But there is more to it than that. In the foreseeable future, as long as this calamity continues, we'll only be seeing more and more constructs. Potential enemies are changing. Only making ourselves vulnerable to infiltration if we remain stagnant. Ballard didn't show any displeasure at Watanabe's subtle tone. Right, as head bluffs man, because Ballard was also the guy who found the purification force. He would know that the Ascendants were a thing as soon as that data came out, wouldn't he? And Luna happened pretty early on in the outbreak, if I remember the timeline correctly. So he might know that Ascendants exist. Ballard didn't show any displeasure at Watanabe's subtle tone. Do you think I'm overly suspicious? Watanabe didn't answer. Watanabe, as long as there are differences, there will be enemies. This is something that's never going to change. The ones you can't see often prove more deadly than the ones you can when they come at you. Extraordinary enemies call extraordinary measures. That's why I want to form an all-construct intelligence department. Which is why I was hoping you could help me. Watanabe doesn't respond immediately. He placed his hand on his chest where a mechanical heart laid. Heart was beating strong and powerful, and he would never forget why he had his real heart replaced with it. Apologies, biology. My mother left nothing but an empty tombstone. I swear I'll never be like her. But Lord, I think I figured out what my mother truly left behind. The pit filled with drifting ash could no longer trouble him, and the persistent hellish visions were shattered. He stepped out of the shadow and once again stood before his mother's grave, this time facing the sword epitaph. She sleeps here along with the war, bringing peace as a gift to the world. I wouldn't have been here had it not been for Bakaz, Bruce, Cotes, Albert, Garza, and the rest of the Oasis squad. We've come this far because of trust, else because of this trust that they trusted their future to me, which is why I feel the front line is where I belong. I come this far because all those people who have been helping me along the way, which is why the front line is where I can make all the help I've received count. I want to put this catastrophe to an end and bring back peace, even if it comes at the cost of my own life. Hold your horses there, son. This isn't something you can solve alone. Ballard stood up. He knew Watanabe had found his conviction, and that there was no talking him out of it. And you probably want to focus on adapting to your new body first. This is a good chance for you to replace that mismatched eye sensor too. I wouldn't worry, doesn't affect my vision. Not going to bother with that one, I've already had a major modification done. And don't lose this again. Ballard hands over the shotgun Watanabe received on his 18th birthday. Watanabe reached out and grasped that gun, sounds like recalling Ballard's words from years ago. Do you still find me half-baked? Ballard hesitated for a moment and loosened his grip on the gun. I guess you pass. He turned and walked towards the door, leaving one final remark. You don't want to stay in bed forever. Communication between the ground and space will resume soon and will be needed. Evacuate the Constellia construction personnel to line G111. The Akadila Commercial Alliance convoy will meet them there. Kaloon Chamber of Commerce said they'd halt the Stalburn advance of corrupted. Update the tactical map. We need to replan the area of defense. Deploy the 2nd Army to City 169. There are many shelters donated by the Transatlantic Economic Community. The former War Government Summit Hall is now bustling with activity. After the brief chaos of communication silence, it has been repurposed as the command center for the battle against the punishing virus. It makes sense. This is a war with the lives of all of mankind on the line. Where else but the head of the world should that war be planned? Nothing really merits discussing until this calamity is resolved. Heya, fucker. Hands furrows his brow with the roadmap projected on this 10th hall. Red Plague has taken over a quarter of the world's land and a tenth of its oceans. It was already in the water supply? It was already in the water supply? Oh. Oh. Dwarf. Remember how back when we were confused on how exactly the red tide would spread so fast when it hit the oceans besides nom 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 life? And we're not sure if that would be enough to be an immediate end of game scenario. The issue wasn't just eating the life in there. It was teaching the punishing virus already in the water how to act as red tide. Or we're completely misreading this and they're referring to corrupted navy ships, because we do know corrupted boats and shit, because we do know that there is an aquatic corrupt presence pre-red tide. It's just shit like automated boats, tougher corrupted just walking on the surface of the water. Not on the surface, on the bottom of the fucking ocean and all that shit. Humanity, now reconnected, has stimulated the corrupted advance, but the speed at which the troops and equipment are being consumed far exceeds that of production. Players' contracts have achieved notable victories in local battle zones, but it was a drop in the ocean for the larger picture. So far, humanity's pinnacle of technology and military might, the Starship fleet, remains out of contact. Where did they go? Where did they go? Because we haven't heard of these guys in the modern day. Something happened to them. We would have heard of these guys in the modern day. We would have heard about them doing fucking artillery runs on major corrupted zones. But we have to go down and do it on the ground of construct squads. Where did they go? What happened to them? Whether they're still under control is a matter of life and death for humanity. They might have been destroyed to prevent the virus from getting to them then, which is understandable. If the punishing virus blew up Babylonia, GG. If the virus gets orbital superiority, GG. Since the completion of the ultra-high energy transmission antenna array constructed by the Arctic Route Union last week, the world government has been trying to contact the fleet in space. Before a new satellite communication network can be established, this antenna functions as humanity's lifeline to space. But no one can say for certain whether those signals can be received by the Starship fleet, or if the Starship fleet is capable of receiving these signals at all, for that matter. There's three possibilities. Either one, the virus got them and they self-destruct to prevent the virus from destroying humanity in the earliest days of the war. 2, they left. Doubtful. This is the most unlikely. Unlikely unless somebody did something fucky. 3, something else took them. We know the observers have interfered with civilizations before. Is it possible that the observers took the fucking starship fleet? Where is humanity supposed to turn if space falls before the ground? Commander, this is the Higher Antenna Monitoring Station. We received a signal from outside the atmosphere. We're about to get our answer. Based on the signal's strength and characteristics, the analysis team speculates it may be from Miracle. Should we accept the signal and respond? Connect immediately! Everyone pauses their work and waits to hear from the other side of the signal. The responses will determine humanity's fate. Mere seconds feel like centuries. This is Sin, a command officer on board Miracle under the World Government Starship Fleet. Watanabe's father. Please identify yourself. I repeat, please identify yourself. Gentle male voice brings a sigh of relief to everyone in the command center. Base is still under human control, thank goodness. I am Hans, Chief Commander of the military. I'll brief you on what's happening on the ground in just a bit. I'll need you to bring us up to speed on what's happening in the space first. Got it. Currently, 30 starships, the International Lunar Space Station, Eden 2 colony ship, and the lunar base are still under our control. Supplies are sufficient for over 6 months of use. On the third day after communications was cut, we contacted the personnel stationed at the International Space Station, Eden 2, and the lunar base confirming their safety. After sending out drones for reconnaissance, we concluded that all 240 orbiting satellites had self-destructed. Due to the lack of production lines for core components at the spaceport, we couldn't repair them. The drones were shut down by a network of anti-aircraft fire when they entered the atmosphere. Since we couldn't be sure what was happening on the ground, we didn't force our way through or destroy the network. The tech department quickly built multiple temporary antennas. The communication teams monitored them 24/7 to avoid missing any possible signals from the ground. And I guess we made the right decision. Good work. Now let me update you on what's happening here on the ground. 3 months ago, during the ignition ceremony, an unknown virus came out of the core of Reactor 1. It showed astonishing infectivity to logical circuits and severe corrosiveness to human bodies. We still don't know how it works, but we'll send you a detailed report in a bit. After limited communication was restored, we learned that the deep well housing the Gestalt also shut down on the day of the virus outbreak. Why did Gestalt turn off? Why did Gestalt turn off? Why did Gestalt turn off? Did Gestalt shut itself off to keep the virus from getting it? Gestalt, why the fuck did you turn off? We know humanity is going to recover it. It's installed in Babylonia in the modern days. We've poked into its brain even. But why the fuck did it turn off? Yeah, it's smart enough to dodge, but woo, that's still a red flag. Some people from the Science Council made it out alive to the defense system there was infected too, like the network of anti-aircraft fire you encountered. Yeah, that looks like the virus tried to breach Gestalt and in response Gestalt went, fuck you, and turned itself off. Since smart weapons can't effectively strike before being infected, we have no good solution for those defense arrays until the Science Council improves the firewall. Things might take a turn for the better now going forward since we're now in contact. The starships can only deliver effective strikes with ballistic missiles, but the control systems are susceptible to hijacking too. Are you saying we should put Longinus Arsenal in Eden 2 to use? That's what I was thinking, except I think we have a cheaper option here now having heard what you just said. A cheaper option. Are you talking about those satellites that are no longer in use? Exactly. Those satellites are perfect raw material as the rods of God. Oh my god, using the satellites as KKVs. Oh my god, that's actually kind of genius. Oh my god, that's actually kind of genius. We'll be joining hands to destroy the infected defense arrays in the sword this time. Yes, let's do that. Humanity will have a chance to fight back once the path between space and the ground is clear. For the next month, the Space Force, aided by ground forces, launched a total of 115 high-density metal rods from decommissioned satellites at the infected defense arrays. Among them, 21 are intercepted, and 7 deviate from their intended impact area, failing to deliver effective damage. The remaining 87 directly hit their targets, delivering a devastating blow to the infected defense arrays. Humanity finally regains its footing for the successive victories brought about by the meteors that are the wrath of gods. Yeah, what I'm wondering, what kills them? Like, we know Babylonia has shuttles and fighters and such nowadays, but there hasn't really been any mention of any larger craft. The largest craft we've seen that's in between shuttles and fighters and shit has been either the airships from Aurora Squadron and the starship hijacked by the Church of Machina. Colonel, did you steal the space fleet? Colonel, did you steal the fucking space fleet? Or did they get horrifically mauled in the Great Evacuation? The last barrier between space and ground is broken, re-establishing the 4D strike system. Newly formed Purifying Force eradicates doomsday rhetoric, human trafficking, illegal trains, and inhumane experimental sites established under the guise of the world government. Okay, so the Purifying Force is anti-mad science. That explains everything. World government gradually regains the credibility lost to the virus outbreak. First all-hands meeting on the battle against the punishing. We've been fighting alone due to communication breakdown since the punishing first emerged from the zero-point reactor. No, this is before... Oh. Oh, shit. I think I realized what killed the space fleet. Every time humanity starts to win the war, the virus pulls a new card out of its sleeve. Dorf, what do you think the very first card the virus pulled out of its sleeve was? The Ascension Network. Luna, did you blow up the fucking space fleet like you blew up half the ARU? Luna! We've been fighting alone due to communication breakdown since the punishing first emerged in the zero-point reactor. Fortunately, through relentless effort, we re-established contact and are once again united for a single cause. This meeting aims to set strategic directions for future battles against the punishing. All opinions are appreciated and welcome. I do have a question before we go ahead with the discussion. The council looks towards the corner of the meeting room. Representatives of the Science Council, do you have anything to say about this disaster you brought about? Counselor, this meeting is not about assigning blame. What would you like to hear? I'm sorry? Well, you have my apologies. And just for the record, I don't think we did anything wrong. It hurt. It hurt's words sparked murmurs around the room, but none speak out of respect for the Science Council, knowing that blaming would be futile. Once the fuse is ignited, it is difficult to extinguish. If you don't know the severity of the issue because you're always grouped in the lab, let me lay it all out for you. Since the punishing outbreak, there have been 30 million casualties, humanity has lost 20% of its living space, and direct economic losses are twice that of the previous unification war. Now, are you still going to tell me the Science Council did nothing wrong? Nidhart takes a deep breath. In primitive society, the first humans who touched a flame didn't know it would burn them. They weren't deterred. Humanity harnessed fire, drove away beasts, and gradually grew to dominate the land. It's 30 million over a couple months. I know there's been wars that have had bigger death tolls, but this is just in the... This is the first stages of the war. And it's going through people that fast. They weren't deterred. Humanity harnessed fire, drove away beasts, and gradually grew to dominate the land. During the industrial era, pollution wiped out 70% of wild species in less than half a century, yet we didn't return to farming. Before the theoretical fusion, nuclear waste from fission reactors took hundreds of thousands of years to lose its radioactivity. Did we regret exploring atomic energy? Seemingly a little uncomfortable giving long speeches like this, Nidhart takes another breath. We don't abandon ethics for exploration, but we aren't so naive as to think there won't be any cost. To us, punishing is just another hurdle to overcome, like environmental destruction, greenhouse effect, or radioactive pollution. We face challenges head on because our goal is true, and we will not back down because of any challenges. Easier said than done. The 0-point reactor still emits the punishing virus. How do you plan to overcome that? The Chief will lead a team to shut down the reactor when we have the invert device for constructs developed as the first line of defense. Oh. Oh. So that's how Dominic dies, isn't it? Shutting down Reactor 1. Because I know for a fact he's not around nowadays, if I remember correctly. Nidhart, shouldn't we discuss the personnel for this mission? Trilard clearly doesn't think this is a wise choice. No one knows the 0-point reactor better than its designer. This catastrophe requires everyone's full effort to solve, including mine. I won't be sitting around doing nothing. I'm just quoting the Chief's words. Is there anything you'd like me to relay? He is speechless. Science Council has stated its position. What about the rest of us here? Let me say a few words then. Hands presses down on the speaker button. My plan is to do a major relocation. Hands. Was the Great Evacuation? The Great Evacuation was your idea. No wonder you were so willing to die for your sins. No wonder. As you all know from various sources, the punishing spreads. It is everywhere. The only difference is the concentration. So there's one last untouched sanctuary. Humanity's final refuge is space. He presses a button and a tactical projection appears before everyone. This time the map isn't full of complex contours, but is an expansive star chart with several simple orbital lines. Spaceports, baseports, Starship Fleet, the International Space Station, Eden 2 Colony Ship, and the Lunar Base. Red dots that function as indicators move across the map. Using these bases will establish a 38 tens, hundreds, thousands, 3,800,000 kilometer strategic depth between Earth and the Moon, creating an insurmountable barrier to the punishing virus. We are relocating non-combatant civilians in batches. We'll have enough workers to work on spaceports and starships to accommodate subsequent populations. This will enhance our production functions, which will give us a stable base support. The Moon and other planets in the solar system will serve as our resource reserves. Some modified starships will settle between its locations to transport industrial materials to our space factories. This is a better idea than what the Great Evacuation was. Something went wrong. Something went wrong. Something went horribly, terribly wrong, and that must have been what took out the space fleet. Continuous supply of weapons and equipment and the enemy lacking reinforcements, we will eventually eradicate the corrupted on Earth. We'll then be able to research ways to deal with the punishing without hindrance. Ladies and gentlemen, his gaze sweeps across the room. Yeah, his plan is not bad. His plan was not what was executed. Something went wrong. But what? Did Luna make her first rallying of arms, shattering the space fleet from the evacuations? We know she's powerful enough to do such a thing, even early in the timeline. Or did someone else bring the plan to ruin? His gaze sweeps across the room. History is a cycle. Some generations enjoy blissful ignorance, while others are burdened with great expectations. Now, it's our generation's turn to shoulder our responsibilities. Humanity will take back our home, no matter how long it takes and what it costs. Silence falls after his speech. After a while, the counselor breaks into what seems like a self-mocking laugh and drops his prepared proposal into the recycling bin. Now that's truly something. He starts clapping his hands. The sound echoes through the silent, empty hall. Soon, a second, a third, a fourth. Almost everyone starts clapping. In the end, Hans' proposal passes with an overwhelming majority. The official name of Hans' proposal is Project Acadia transfer. Gesalt crisis. We're technically over time, I'm aware. I'm thinking. It was Arcadia transfer? Oh, typo. No, I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck went wrong. Gesalt crisis. Did I'm going to blame that on translators. And we're not even a quarter of the way through the chapter. It's gonna take a bit. Then we're on the infinite loop where things start getting fucky from what I know. But what the fuck went wrong? Something had to go wrong.
Does that future you envision?
Something had to have gone wrong in order to get rid of the space fleet and have the Project Arcadia transfer become the Great Evacuation. Something had to go terribly wrong. Did the mission to retrieve Gesalt go horrifically pants up because of whatever deep lore bullshit Gesalt is capable of with its calculations? Did the Ascension Network announce its existence to the higher-ups of Babylonia by shattering the Great Evacuation and in doing so triggering the division of humanity? Something terrible happened. Dwarf, what do you think? I don't think it was the observers. It doesn't fit their MO. They don't like interfering like that. They don't like interfering like that for one thing. It doesn't fit what they say. They want humanity to survive and prosper. Kurna wouldn't do this for one fucking reason. Kurna would not look me in the eye and tell me Kurna would not pass up the opportunities to have fucking black sites literal planets away from Babylonia. They would not pass that opportunity up. They would not pass that opportunity enough. They get too much from that. Despite Kurno fucking sucking, I don't think it was their fault. Yeah, they would have so much space to put fucking black sites, and then once the virus is over, if they had a major presence on the planet, they could start arguing for stuff to do with that. They would lose too much to shoot this planet in the head, so I don't think it was them. But who could it have been? I mean, we know the ISS got infected with the planetary virus eventually. We know that happened. We literally dungeon crawled through its infected heights, I'd say, because it's up in space. During the early storyline, that's eventually what triggered the discovery of heteromatter, and through that, the major kick to the evolution of the punishing virus. So we know the virus did get into space. Something terrible happened to the space fleet. I don't know what. But I don't think it was intentional human action, at least. Either it was the Ascension Network, the punishing virus itself, or they just got horrifically mauled during the taking people transfers because we just don't know. And Maria going rogue on ARU likely happens around this time period, if I remember correctly, so that doesn't help. That's one stress factor. What else could it be? But that I don't think Maria would be able to hit space. Space that would have cut and that would have fucking come up for why they hate the descendants of the people who made her up. My current gut theory, based on the fact the next chapter is apparently has to do with the not chapter mission has to do with the bit of getting Gestalt. I'm assuming something terrible happens with the Gestalt mission. Maybe the punishing virus does some cyber warfare bullshit when the process of being ripped out of ripped out of Gestalt, and in doing so nukes the entire space fleet or something like that. Because from the looks of it, the virus's first move was to shut down communications infrastructure, hijack machines, and start prepping a machine army, and it very much took over the defense around Gestalt. Was the virus's original target Gestalt? Was the virus's original target Gestalt? And it only pulled out the Ascension network after it lost access to Gestalt because Gestalt went into space. Forcing it to go down a different evolutionary tree, question mark? Gestalt can literally predict the future. Gestalt can literally predict the future. Gestalt is horrifically powerful. There's a reason it being made was the thing that defined the Golden Age. But no, I'm suspecting the virus's original target was Gestalt, and the process of it losing access to Gestalt is what triggers the loss of the space fleet. I'm just not sure how it fits together. I'm tempted to Google it and spoil it myself, but I'm not going to. Thank you all for coming. God, I love punishing Grey Raven.
Having stood by your side for so long,
Oh, clicked on Lucia.
I've forgotten that.
God, I love PGR. It gets me thinking so good. Okay, how many chapters do we have away from the newest one? One. But besides Aeon Reforged, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 26. 26 chapters. With 20 until we get to the start of the Philo Tree stuff. I blep at you. I blep at you. I blep at you. I do not explode. Incorrect. Well, anyways, thank you all for coming. I hope you had as much fun as I did. I fucking love this game. Next time I am live, it will be technically today, but I'm calling it tomorrow. Where we will be live with modded Minecraft. Not sure what. Might go back to Meatball Craft, what the glitch we ran into for PGR. Might not. Glitch with Escape and Run, not PGR, but brain, words, use them. Not sure which, depends on a bunch of stuff, but my brain is buzzing with thoughts now as a result of this chapter. God, I love when Kuro gives us lore. Now, see you guys next time. This is ArkosDawn, the coast that does the most. Signing out. See you guys next time. Bye!